Okay, I think we're good. Although I just realized as I was after I posted my, you know, notification, on Twitch and all that, or on Twitter and all that, I said found instead of I found. Oops. But anyway, welcome to back to doing CDI. I did CDI over a year ago. Back in 2022 when I did because I went to a convention in Columbus, Ohio with some friends, and the convention there actually had some CDI stuff, and I was like the one person that was even interested in that stuff, and I pretty much almost cleaned out the entire thing there. And since then, I haven't really gotten any other CDI stuff until recently, because I was visiting my friend Zero Master, and on the way back, I did some. I hit up some game stores on the way back home. And in one of the stores, they had CDI stuff. And then I ended up getting a few things because they weren't that expensive. Because unless you're like the Zelda or Hotel Mario, a lot of CDI stuff is still pretty cheap because nobody is really that interested in them, except for like unless you're like from the Netherlands where Philips originated, or you're just a weird guy like me that likes niche, weird retro gaming things like this. But anyway, so what I propose we do with these CDI things is actually do a little bit of a community voting. Do a little bit of a poll, if you will, of which ones to vote for, to play them in order. And I have 4 of these right here that I bought. Starting with... So I'm just going to bring up the images on screen, then we can decide on what we want to play. But basically play next. Because I didn't really have an idea of what to play these in order. I figured, I might as well do something like this for this kind of thing. Anyway, first up is a game called Litil Divil. It's an actual CDI game, and apparently this was on other systems and stuff. I even did a quick like Google searches to get this image, and then I realized, oh, this is on Steam. You can actually get this on Steam. So it's only like $3 on Steam. So if worst case if this version doesn't work, I could just play that. But anyway, this looks like an actual game, as in you play a little cartoon devil guy. And I'll just read the back of the disc a little bit here. Requires a CDI digital video cartridge, which I believe my CDI does have. So I think I'll be good there. And you thought you had a bad day. It must be a Monday when Mutt, the hard luck Litil Divil, draws the short straw and gets the inevitable task of fetching the mystical pizza of plenty. The mystical pizza of plenty, you say? Okay. Welcome to the other world, where Mutt's mission is now yours. Guide him through the labyrinth of chaos to retrieve the mystical pizza of plenty from the overworld. Mutt takes a faithful step through the mortal portal to prowl 5 hellish levels, only 5 levels, of treacherous tunnels with more than 50 raucous rooms of gameplay. Beware of killer spiders, bottomless swamps, ferocious furnaces, and crazed bartenders. Oh yes, the worst, bartenders. And watch out, if you can't get Mutt to the overworld, the entity and the servants will drag him to the torture room for a little fiendish fun. High-quality cartoon-style graphics, fantastic animation, and the power of the CDI make Litil Divil a most difficult, diabolic, and demented game. Quite frankly, it would have been easier to call for delivery. But then it wouldn't be the pizza of plenty. Okay, so there's that. So, and there's a couple little tiny screenshots, but it's basically like, it's kind of like a cartoony little, maybe adventure game of some kind. But anyway, the other game I found there, or another game I found there, was this. Kether. Judging from the back of the screenshots, it has a lot of like early 3D computer generated stuff. It's kind of maybe like a weird. This might be a weird one. You are Melkor, Galactic Knight of Light. You have been chosen to save the Princess of Wisdom from the evil forces of Hork, Master of Darkness. Just come up with just abstract names. That's all you need to do to sound fancy. Your perilous journey through the galaxy of Kether will put you under fearsome attack. Enoi, Emperor of Light, your guide as you fight the powerful laser artillery of Hod. Well, laser artillery! Battle the killer vessels of Gabora and defeat the Dark Knights of the Temple. Bilingual English and French. Oh, so this is, you can also play this in French, apparently. Which, actually, so yeah, I guess, because there's a bit more of a European following for CDI than North America, to say the least. Like I said, especially in the Netherlands. But yeah, this is French, apparently, too. You can play in French. Featuring a 2-hour original music score and space effects. First use of double plane 3D effects on the CDI. Okay, what do they mean by double plane 3D action effects? Is this another one of those like, this is 3D, like from Soda Sodan, claiming they used like, you know, layers of graphics to claim it was 3D? I don't know. So there's that. And this one is technically not a game, but I bought it for a particular reason. So this is Titanic, an interactive exploration. You may notice the bottom thing there, narrated by Patrick Stewart. That's kind of what hooked me in. I'm like, okay, sure, why not? The entire history of the Titanic, from its conception in the shipbuilder's offices to its rediscovery on the ocean floor. Oh, so it's like the whole timeline of this. Becomes an unprecedented true-life interactive experience. Patrick Stewart narrates this comprehensive presentation, the largest single source of Titanic images ever assembled. Back in like 1994. Featuring newly shot exclusive interviews with survivors. Back in 94? They must be like 100 years old or something at that point. Exclusive interviews with survivors. And A Night to Remember Arthur Walter Lord, the story of the Titanic, is recreated day by day and minute by minute. Take an intimate tour of the ship in its glorious days, compare the detailed deck plans, then tour the mucky remains under the seas. And then, you know, this will be a much safer way to go explore the Titanic than that, you know, submarine from last year. Is that too soon to make fun of? Compare the detailed deck plans through a unique database of the crew, the passengers, and their fates. You can focus on individuals and follow their unique stories. They can unforgettable ride to history and board the Titanic. Okay. So yeah, not really a game, but I figured I wanted to get this anyway because 1, Patrick Stewart, and 2, it could be a funny thing to maybe just go mess around with. Okay. And the last game I got, because it was only $5 and it's sealed, which means I'm going to have to unseal it if we're going to play this, is just Jeopardy on CDI. I can't imagine this being too outlandish of a version of Jeopardy, but who knows on the CDI how it's going to actually play out. And this will be unsealed as well once we actually do play it. So yeah, those are the games that I ended up getting, or game/CDI things that I got while I found that. I found these and I figured, you know what? Let's actually play these on stream, but do a little bit of an interactive thing. So I'm actually going to try something here. Okay. Okay, question. So I'm just going to set up the poll here. Don't mind the typing noises. Yeah, so if I actually spelled the thing right, too. Typing's not always my strong suit, as evident by the freaking notification being found. Little Devil. Okay, and then, how long should I make this? I'll go 3 minutes. Okay, pulls up. What should we start off with? I guess worst case, if nobody votes, I could just vote for one. And be like, okay, we're gonna play this. Okay, we gotta vote for Jeopardy, which will have bonus ASMR unsealing of a game. Oh yeah, one other thing I should also mention that with my particular CDI, I don't actually have a controller. I have a CDI mouse and like a remote control, but it's like an IR remote control, which means it's very laggy and doesn't really work well with games all that much. So, and particularly with like Litil Divil, it's meant to be with a controller, according to the instruction booklet. So, Litil Divil might be difficult to play. I don't know about Kether. I think Titanic I can still maybe use the mouse, and maybe Jeopardy I can still use the mouse. I don't know. We're gonna have to go and see, because most of the other CDI things I've got, I've managed to use the mouse just fine. Like back when I did the other CDI stream, like a year and a half ago, those worked fine with the mouse, thankfully, because they were still like, I guess, designed for the mouse in mind, if you were still using the mouse, because CDI was meant to be more of like a, interactive media thing rather than just a game system. But then later on, they were like, oh, this multimedia thing isn't really working. Let's try and focus on games, like with Litil Divil here. And although I think Litil Divil was on other systems as well. I forget if Litil Divil was like a case of like, it came out on CDI first and then got ported everywhere else, because it's like, oh, this is actually a decent game, let's port it to other stuff. Because I think there's a few CDI games that are like that, so. Alright, the poll's almost done. If anyone else wants to throw in a vote, now would be the chance, because otherwise it looks like we're playing Jeopardy. And we're playing Jeopardy. Okay. And as promised, here is the ASMR opening of unsealing the game. Although I think it's peeking the mic a little bit there. I saw it go red. Okay. All right, Jeopardy. I didn't really explain the back of the box because it's like, you know, if you know what Jeopardy is, I don't need to explain it, but if you always wanted to play Jeopardy... Oh, no. What? Are you What? Okay, so I unsealed it, right? There's no disc in this. How? How is there no disc in this? Did they reseal it without the disc? What on earth? Okay, so this is already off to a great start. I have Jeopardy without a disc. How did... What? Yes, no, there's no... Hang on. So, anyway, okay, hi, I'm on cam. No disc. I just unsealed it, took it out. Nothing. There's no disc. Okay, so much for that. The problem is this is an out-of-town game store, so I can't just, you know, easily return this unless I, you know, take like an hour drive or so and be like, hey, I bought this for like $5 and there was no disc in it. Even though it was sealed. Oh, God, of all the things. The funny thing is, I purposely did not open this sealed copy to be like, oh, I'm gonna do, you know, haha, ASMR unwrapping on stream, and then realize there's no disc in it. So that's new. That never happened with me whenever I collect games. It's like, usually the game is in there, but I guess not with this. As far as I can tell, though, the discs are included in the other ones. Because at least I was able to open those up and take a look, but not with Jeopardy, because it was sealed. Okay, good start. I have a backup in case. Because I don't really have anything else. Well, I could actually hang on. Unboxing absolutely nothing. Oh, geez, thanks. Thank you, SCR. I guess I could pop in, Name That Tune. It, because that's a game show game I do have that works. I have the disc for. I played it last time, but it's like, you know what? Backup game show game. Why not? Let's just play this again. So give me one moment. Okay, so this is kind of wrapped up in plastic, but... And what's funny about this game is that it just plays MIDIs of songs, so it's actually so I'm actually copyright safe in that regard. And I remember actually playing it with Hero last time we played too. He actually joined in on some of these games. Okay, well that sucks about Jeopardy. It was a sealed copy and everything. Like, what, did they take the disc out and then re-seal it, but that forgot the disc in there? Like, what happened? How does that happen? Well, there's 2 clips. All right, let's play something finally. Oh god, it's loud. So yeah, you get to see this intro sequence from Authentic Hardware, no less. Oh, Canada.
It's time for Name That Tune, and here's a man who needs no introduction, so we won't give him one.
Hi, I'm Bob Goen, and I'm your host as we get set to play Name That Tune. Let's get started. Now, if you already know the rules, just press an action button and we'll be on our way. Here's how we play Name That Tune. There are 4 rounds in the game. Everyone plays in the first 2 rounds, but at the end of the second round, the 2 players with the highest scores will go on
to the
Canada's
on the board.
note tune competition. Now, the winner of that round gets to play the bonus game for big points.
So anyway, I guess we can play 1 round of this just to, you know.
The object of round 1 is to earn points by correctly identifying tunes. Now, at the top of the board, you'll notice the player colors. These help players keep track of when it's their turn. The question mark up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen gives you additional rules and information about gameplay for the specific round that you're in. You can click on it any time and then just return to where you left off. The exit symbol in the upper right-hand corner of the screen lets you leave the game completely, but you won't be able to return to where you left off. So when you click on this, it will ask you if you're sure you really want to quit the game, to which you will answer yes or no.
They basically have to over-explain everything to be like, if, you know, for people who have never played these kind of things.
4 different categories.
A lot of CDI games do this.
Pick a musical note within a category you like.
Or even just CDI interactive things in general.
You'll hear a description of the category. Each note in round 1 will have a random point value ranging from 50 to 225. Now, after being told the point value for the note that you selected, you're going to be played the tune that we want you to name. Later in the round, if you've forgotten what the category is about, just click on the category box before choosing a note and you'll hear the description again. When you know the name of the tune, press any action button to stop the music. After saying the name of the tune, click on the answer box to hear the answer. Now, if you guess the name of your tune correctly, choose the right.
Oh yeah, that's right. They couldn't even program like actual answers or anything, or some kind of interface. It's like you can just say you were right or wrong. It's like you have to do like a little honor system thing. It's like
you'll get a chance to earn more points by answering the bonus question correctly. After giving your answer to the bonus question, check your answer and choose right if you were right or wrong if you were wrong. And at the end of this round, you'll go on to round 2 speed play, where you'll have to name those tunes as fast as you can. As you can see, round 2 looks just like round 1. Play begins.
Oh my god, this is taking forever. It takes forever to explain this. I'm just gonna go. Okay. I will be blue. Does anybody else want to play? SCR, do you want to be green? I mean, you probably would know a lot more music than I would, but plus stream delay probably wouldn't help with this game unless you actually join in. Even then, you would have to like. I'll be the color that's leaving in a few minutes. Oh. I mean, I'll probably just go by myself here. Maybe. I mean, this was just the backup. This is just a backup game anyway, just to... Because I want to at least play something besides the... Yeah, let's just start the game as blue.
Just remember, if you need any help at any time, click the question mark in the upper left-hand corner of the screen.
No, I don't need to just explain for 10 minutes about how this game works. Thank you.
Here are your categories. Coloring book.
Coloring book.
H marks the spot. Revolving door. Studio 54.
What are these categories correlate to for what
Blue
songs?
player, you're up first.
Okay. God, it's so slow to try and do anything in this. I'm using the mouse, which is a weird.
Coloring book.
Come on.
These are tunes that have a color in the title.
Oh, color in the title.
For 225 points, listen and try to name that tune.
Name that MIDI. As we'll find out here in a second. This sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know. I can't. It sounds like kind of like a. Yeah, I don't know what this is actually. Chat, do you have any guesses? Because otherwise I'm probably just going to click the answer and find out what it is. Green onions.
That's Green Onions from Booker T and the MGs.
Hey, SCR, you got it right. You know, we can just work as a
Able to
team.
Name that tune?
Nope, go back down. No, go. Oh my god, this selection is so bad. There we go.
Let's hear it for Blue player.
Yay. Oh my god. No, I didn't want to go up to the question mark. Hang on, can I just use this instead? Okay, I can. I can use the remote. And it's actually a lot easier to just do this with the mouse than the mouse. So H is probably like a song title starts with H. Revolving Door, Studio 54.
You've picked H Marks the Spot. These are tunes beginning with the letter H. For 75 points, go ahead and name that tune.
The Holla Back Girl. No. I don't know what this is. I'm not very musically proficient, especially when it comes to naming or remembering music titles. Any guesses, chat? You're stream lagged and you pretty much said everything. Oh, well, let's just find out what the answer is.
The name of that tune is Hurt So Bad.
Hurts So Bad. Okay. DMCA. No, these are MIDIs. I streamed this before and I didn't get I didn't get flagged.
Don't let that get you down, Blue player. Let's check those scores and see how well you did.
I got one right thanks to SCR.
It's time for round 2, the speed round. Here, you've got to name those tunes as quickly as you can to earn as many points as possible. Don't forget, the 2 players with the highest scores after this round will go on to our note-for-note tune competition. You ready? Here we go.
Not really much point to this if I'm playing by myself here.
The next categories are Woodstock, Country Time, Good and Bad, Vitamin C.
What about the ugly?
Blue player, you're up first.
Bro, the retro tanks should upscale the CDI. You and your retro tanks. Okay. But I'm just doing this on my composite. I'm doing it using my converter. It has a composite input, and honestly, with CDI, it doesn't look too bad. Like, it's a little blown out and little crusty because of composite, but it's actually not bad. It's actually one of the better composite signals I've done. Let's see, Woodstock, Country Time, Good and Bad. I'm curious about Vitamin C.
You've picked Vitamin C. These are tunes beginning with the letter C.
I thought it was orange or something.
For 425 points,
We wouldn't even know what to be done to improve the CDI.
name that tune.
Any guesses? Actually, there are CDIs that can do S-video, but I think they're mostly like European or like different models that do S-video, and I think there's even CDIs that can do SCART, but that's like Europe. Got nothing.
That was the melodic Come Monday.
I'm sorry, what?
Well,
wrong.
doggone it.
God darn it. Okay. Let's go to Woodstock.
You've selected Woodstock. These are tunes that were popular in 1969, the year of the legendary Woodstock Festival.
Okay, nice.
For 450 points, listen and try to name that tune.
Oh, that stinky MIDI trumpet. Or sax, or whatever that is. I don't know what the... These are almost all songs from the 70s or earlier so far. Yeah, this is very, this is a very boomer-centric, music game show, I think. So, I did hear other stuff here I recognize, though. Like, one time I heard, like, Believe It or Not, I heard that song on here. But yeah, there's like stuff like the Beatles songs and other things like that, where it's just like, yeah, very, very, very baby boomer centric. Does anybody know what this is?
That was You've Made Me So Very Happy.
Okay.
Yes?
Did anybody know that?
Ah, shoot.
Ah, shoot.
All right, gather round. Time to count up those points and see where you stand.
We're the only person. We have just 225 points. I think at 1.0 said he wanted to do this as a power plays, which shouldn't surprise anybody who knows what he likes to play on his YouTube channel.
I'll give you 2 chances to earn additional points.
So don't be surprised if you see me and Zero play this at some point. Because if I can stream this, then it's like, yeah.
Less is more is what we're striving for here in this round.
What is this?
The fewer notes you need, the higher your points will be. Blue player, you're up first.
Okay. Nope. So I guess this is like you add or take away beats and you have to guess the song or something like that. Do we get like the Phil Collins songs where it's like you take away every other beat and throw the drum kit down the stairs? Hello? Okay. Either my battery, it's where the phrase, name that tune in one note comes from. I don't think my remote's working anymore. Maybe the batteries are out on it or something. Use the freaking mouse here. I'm just gonna click
Name that tune
4.
in 4 notes.
Da 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 da. I don't know what that is. Any ideas? Yeah. Oops. Through the fire and flames?
You don't have to be a star, was that tune.
You don't have to be a star. Okay. More like you don't have to be a good game. Let's do 7 notes.
Here are your 7 notes.
Da, 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 da. This game is for the old people Mike from Letter Me makes fun of. No, that's not. No, that is like the even older music thing you gave me, one roll. The what was it? The Golden Oldies. Like if you think the music in this is old, that's like super old music. That's like grandpa music practically from like the 50s and 60s. Or the Shoji Tabuchi audience. Huh. Anyway, does anybody know what this is? Because I have no idea. Even with the 7 notes.
Did you say, I love music?
I've never heard of most of these songs. Whatever it is, it probably played at your parents' wedding. Yeah.
That's the end of round 3. Only one person goes on to play in the bonus round. Blue player, you're on top.
The one person that's actually playing, you get to do the bonus round.
Here it is, your final challenge, the bonus round. Now this is your chance to earn those extra points that could put you in the victory circle.
Oh, jeez. Wait, is that bottom right ZZ
A
Top?
little hand-eye coordination wouldn't hurt here. All you have to do is match an artist's picture with the tune being played.
Oh, God. These are all super old bands.
Press the start button to begin.
From the looks of it. That is ZZ Top. I recognized one of them, if only because of the beards. But everything else is like, I don't know. If there's a ZZ Top one, I can match that, but that's probably gonna be it. Oh wait, this song sounds familiar. Who is that? I don't know which one it is. Is it these guys? Nope.
Oh, tough luck, but that was...
Oh, it was him.
Oye Como Va by Santana. Now it's time to look at
Okay.
your grand total.
You knew that. I only get one guess? Well, one roll, you got it, so... You're the winner. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, no, what? Oh, today's not my day with CDI, apparently. Oh. Santana killed your disc. Yeah, that sounds about right. This disc is okay condition-wise, I think. It's not that dirty. I mean, there's a little bit of scratches in the inner ring, but that's about it. Maybe a couple little scratches or dirty spots, but otherwise it seems this disc is fine. I hope it's not a laser issue. I don't know. I don't think so, but well, whatever. But anyway, that was Name Your Tune. I think that was the last round anyway, so it would have just been like a, hey, congratulations, you did it, even though you were the only one playing. Yeah. Okay, so that went well, I guess. Okay, let's do another round of voting. This time, not Jeopardy, because I didn't even have freaking Jeopardy. I guess I have to be on the lookout for just a CDI disc of that then. Or just another copy of Jeopardy for CDI, I guess. But anyway, our choices are now Litil Divil, or Divil, however you pronounce it. Kether, not you. And Titanic. Interactive Exploration, narrated by Patrick Stewart. So I'm going to run another poll for this. We'll make it 2 minutes instead. Alright, polls up. Seven-year-old you is Screaming Tiger? Oh, let me guess. When am I gonna make Rocket Knight channel points? I don't know. At the bottom one? Is that what you voted for, Tiger? Now you did. Okay. It looks like Titanic might be the next one. You literally just hopped on? Okay, fair enough, Tiger. Well, this stream kind of started out on a bust anyway. So because I got a sealed game for $5 that didn't have a game disc in it, and that was Jeopardy. And then I just played Name That Tune instead, which was full of old ass music I didn't know, and then I had a disc reissue at the very end of it. So things are going great for that. And yeah, the Titanic thing is narrated by Patrick Stewart. That's what made me go, okay, I kind of want this now. Okay, looks like we're doing Titanic. All right. Titanic it is. I'm not sure how much I'm actually going to play this. I'll just kind of, maybe just see what's there to offer. This is more of like an interactive, like whatever type of thing. The corner of the box art. CDI reference. Oh. Yeah, well, for some reason this is a new emote. No. Well, here's the thing. This is categorized as a reference disc. There's like games, and then there's this, which is like a reference. I guess it's because it's like more of a educational thing. But yeah. Loki, there's a Titanic museum in Tennessee you would love to check out. Oh. Okay, alright, let's check this out. Total Vision. In association with United Press Books and Philip Interactive Media. Presents. Oh shoot, sorry. The images are still on screen. My bad. Titanic.
In less than 3 hours, on
there he is.
April the 14th, 1912, 1,500 innocent people, including some of the most wealthy and famous figures of the time, lost their lives. The sinking of the Titanic was immediately perceived by the general public to be one of the great disasters of pre-World War I history. It still looms large in the consciousness of our civilization. Over 40 books have been devoted to the subject, and numerous films have either recounted the details of the tragedy or been inspired by it.
It sure was.
The Titanic disaster challenged the world's growing reliance and faith in machinery as the answer to all of mankind's problems. As a result of the tragedy, the shipping industry and big business in general came under closer government control, both in the United States and in England.
Has to load more. Patrick Stewart.
The word Titanic has slipped into everyday language, coming to mean the largest and the most luxurious, while connotating overreaching ambition, the limits of human technology in the face of nature, and the absolute power of malevolent destiny.
Now this came out in '94, so this was like 3 years before the movie?
Then suddenly, in 1985, pictures of Titanic once again appeared in the news media throughout the world, but it was a vastly different Titanic. The discovery of her remains has brought the ship back into the world of contemporary events. She was the largest craft
video
and the greatest of the works of men. She was a floating city containing within her steel walls all that tends to minimize the dangers and discomforts of the Atlantic voyage, all that makes life enjoyable. Unsinkable, indestructible, she carried as few boats as would satisfy the laws. The ship described here matches Titanic, but these words come from a novel written 12 years before the disaster.
There are a lot of strange things about the Titanic, and one of the strangest happened before she was even built.
Who's this?
And that was the appearance of a little book by Morgan Robertson, an American maritime writer, who wrote of a giant liner bigger than any other that had ever been built, loaded with...
Is your neck okay, dude? You're kind of like
maiden voyage that
going
ran
all over
from
the place.
Iceberg and sank. The remarkable thing was that this boat was called the Titan. And, of course, Titan and Titanic are pretty close together. The ships were about the same size, the fictional ship and the real ship. They were about the same number of casualties. The iceberg was responsible for both sinkings, and it sort of sets the stage for the Titanic disaster in a kind of eerie...
Might be one of the
spooky
Survivor
way,
interviews?
I think has
Oh,
never
maybe.
died out. This was an amazing coincidence that happened in 1898 when Morgan Robertson wrote his book.
Recognize that chair?
People forgot about it after the disaster. They remembered it at the time, but it was 40 years before I ran across it and was able to use it in doing an introduction to the book I wrote on the Titanic, A Night to Remember.
A Night to Remember, originally published in 1955, has remained in print ever since. Almost single-handedly, this book reawakened interest in Titanic, which had largely been forgotten during the course of the First and Second World Wars. Its author, Walter Lord, has written 13 other books on a wide variety of historical subjects, but with A Night to Remember and the film adapted from it, he stands as the...
Well, that was the first film.
Titanic's modern...
Not the James Cameron one.
Part of the drama of the Titanic was the British had built the ship, which is the epitome of everything that they believed in and knew how to do. And here it went down the first time it went out. If that was uncertain, how many other things must be uncertain in the world? So there were so many dramas within the drama. And
There's another one in
overall drama of
93?
The greatest ship in the world,
Really?
on its first time out, running into an iceberg, made it a gripping tale that you couldn't help but puzzle over and read about and wonder what you would have done if you had been there. I think readers more often feel that reaction than they do any other single one. What would I have done if I had been there? It was a great subject of sermons. I don't think there was a church in America that didn't have a sermon based on the danger of overconfidence in the weeks immediately following the Titanic disaster. So that's another aspect of it that makes it full of interest. And pride goeth before a fall, all these sayings. The Titanic seemed to apply to them and perfectly illustrate them. Maybe we do need something to remind us every once in a while that we're not infallible or that we're going too far in our smugness. I think we do get these lessons. To me, a very great parallel could be drawn between the Titanic and the Challenger.
It was a miniseries in 96.
Spaceship.
That's before that movie.
In both cases, it was all important to the people running the ship or the Challenger. It was all important to keep on schedule. There's no reason why the Titanic had to run at full speed that night into the ice. It was just Captain Smith was willing to take a chance. And nothing would happen because nothing had usually happened.
So when does the interactive part comes in?
But I think you've got to think of the Titanic as a symbol of change rather than the fact that it made the changes. But it's symbol.
So right now, this is just kind of like watching like a, you know,
I think that's
like a video on it like you would watch in school or something. This is what it feels
As a
like.
symbol, Titanic has ceased to be a ship or even a
Patrick's
single
back.
It has become a legend, a myth to be used in many ways and told and retold. Titanic will always be with us.
Okay, here we go. So I actually have a little bit of a very distant connection with someone who was on the Titanic, believe it or not. This is a very distant, like, loose connection type of thing, but apparently I had a distant relative who was, I believe, my great aunt who would frequently travel and was who would frequently travel / was a muse of sorts with of someone in their family whose brother was on the Titanic when it went down, and he died on the Titanic. So it's like an ancestor of mine had a connection with a family who had someone on the Titanic. Oh, it's playing by its own now.
The Titanic was 882 feet long, 92 feet wide, and 175 feet tall, from the bottom of the keel to the top of the funnels. She was 46,000 gross tons, and her steam engines generated 50,000 horsepower. As long as an 85-story building is tall, Titanic was the largest moving object civilization had ever created up to that time. She was built on a cost-plus basis and finished in 1912 at a price of $7.5 million. The modern equivalent would be almost $150 million.
Well, that was back in '94. Probably a lot worth
decks.
more now.
Passenger accommodations were located on 8 decks, which started with the boat deck. The rest of the decks were named alphabetically from A to F, with F being the lowest passenger deck.
Titanic was the largest thing ever built that moved when it was built. The ship was an amazing affair in those days. We don't think of ships being as important now when we fly everywhere. But in those days, a ship was a big thing. And a great ship would carry 2,000 some passengers. And it would have a crew of about that size too. So that the Titanic was an enormous entity. It was a city afloat, which is an analogy often used, as a matter of fact. She was the culmination of a trend toward bigger ships and bigger ships and bigger ships. As the world grew smaller and people moved around more, the only way they could move was by ship, because air travel, again, hadn't been invented. So the Titanic was built as the last word.
As you can see, Adrenaline is one of the top 3 that absolutely terrifies you.
One place to another.
That'd
Naturally,
be
as
if you were
ships got
stuck
bigger,
in the
more
ship when it
people
was
were on
being
them,
pulled
it
down.
was more
Yeah.
dangerous if anything happened to the ship.
Drowning's not a nice way to
She
go.
was one of 3 sister ships constructed by
Although I think a
White
lot of
Star
people
to
died
build
from
floating palaces for the wealthy
hypothermia.
and lucrative mass movers of the immigrating poor.
Like in the water, like after the ship sank. I think most of the deaths were from that.
In the area of elegance, she surpassed anything ever seen, containing every conceivable modern amenity. The builders considered the dazzle elements to be their top priority. Issues of safety were more routine and were given less attention. New White Star liners were not intended to be the fastest transatlantic vessels. The ship's designers placed a premium on stability and traveling comfort rather than setting speed records. Since the public generally equated size with comfort, White Star decided to name their new ships Olympic, Titanic, and Gigantic. In the winter of 1908, construction began on Olympic and Titanic. The first step for the shipbuilders, Harland and Wolff, was to build the largest gantry in the world.
So you imagine a lot of third class that didn't even get a chance to get to the top got
Olympic
pulled up.
was the
Yeah.
first of the 3 sister ships built, and the
All the
model
third
of the
class,
two
I
others.
think,
For this reason,
perished
the term
because of
Olympic
that.
class was used to refer to the size and quality of all 3 ships. The new White Star ships were equipped with a special safety feature, double bottoms. They were designed in a way that if the outside
Double
layer
bottoms.
was ruptured, the inner skin would still prevent serious flooding. The double bottoms would protect the new ships in the event that they scraped.
It's all
rock
about that double
projecting from the
bottom.
seabed. However, the double bottoms did not extend up the sides
keep
of the
saying it.
ships. This shortcoming would prove fatal for Titanic. Once the frame or ribs of the ship were in place, the nearly 1-inch thick steel hull plates were riveted onto it. When completed, Titanic and Olympic would each contain approximately 1,200 tons of rivets. The hull was divided into
That's a lot of
separate,
rivets.
so-called watertight compartments by 15 partitions called bulkheads, which ran from one side of the ship to the opposite side. These bulkheads extended above the waterline but were open at the top. If a compartment filled completely, it would overflow into the next compartment. Titanic was designed to stay afloat with any 2 or even 3 of the compartments flooded.
That didn't happen.
The compartments were connected by double-cylinder watertight doors. These could be closed by remote control from the bridge or could be closed automatically by a water-detecting system of mechanical
Another fun fact.
floats.
There's been a
These
theory that had the
systems
Titanic
were
taking the
enough to
iceberg head-on,
convince the press that
it would have had a
Titanic
significantly
was
better chance. Oh
practically
yeah, because
unsinkable.
it basically like went
However,
up against
neither White
the
Star
iceberg when it
nor
tried to avoid
Harland
it at
and
the last second or
ever
something, and
made
it like
Titanic.
caused all those
14,000
compartments get
workers
flooded. And
labored
yeah,
for a full year on the Titanic hull.
I would have taken
On
up 2
May
compartments at
31st,
best. Yeah.
1911, the second of the 3 sister ships was ready to launch. The launching of a ship is not the same as her maiden voyage. A ship is launched when her hull is first placed in water well before construction is completed. Thousands of spectators turned out for the launch of Titanic, but in accordance with White Star procedures, there was no traditional christening ceremony. Among the dignitaries present were the man
Good
whose
face.
money was on display, J.P. Morgan, as well as White Star chairman J. Bruce Ismay and the president of Harland and Wolff, Lord Pirrie. Journalists wrote glowing reports of the launch, in which they no longer called her practically unsinkable, but simply unsinkable.
Oh yes. Kept calling it unsinkable, and that kind of jinxed it.
After the launch, the final phase of construction began. During
That's-
this 10-month
That's the
phase
name of your
known as the
shareholder?
Titanic was transformed
Huh.
from an empty hull into the most luxurious ocean liner in the world. Several additions to the first-class accommodations made Titanic larger in gross tonnage than Olympic. Titanic's most obvious differentiating feature was added barely a month before completion. Passengers walking along the Olympic's promenade deck had been getting wet from water spray during rough seas, so the forward section of Titanic's promenade deck was enclosed. Titanic was assumed to be so similar to Olympic that no extensive sea trials were performed. In fact, the tests lasted only half a day. For a new ship, this was an unusually short trial run.
We all know what happened after
You
that.
had these huge ships that were still being manned by people who were used to smaller ships. You had new inventions that people had never used before, like wireless, which was on the Titanic, but it was not something that people were used to. You might have spent most of your life at sea and never seen a wireless set, or never been on anything as large that took as long to turn or stop as the Titanic did. People didn't know very much about suction and hydraulics, the whole world of physics and the way objects behaved in water.
The forecastle, often referred to as the forecastle, was a crew area and was dominated by the chains of Titanic's 2 huge anchors. It was the first open deck of Titanic to slip below the water as she sank by the head. The crow's nest was reached by climbing up the inside of the forward mast. 2 lookouts were always on duty. They could communicate with the bridge directly through a telephone or signal with a bell. Although there was a compartment built for them, there were no binoculars in the crow's nest that final evening. Even without them, the iceberg was first spotted from here by lookout Frederick Fleet. The captain commands his ship from the bridge. This is where the ship's wheel is located, and all communications to the engine room originate here. The bridge crew tried desperately to change course and reduce speed to avoid the collision. These wing bridges were not shown in early postcards of Olympic and Titanic, but were added in construction as additional observation posts. The Morse lamp was used for signaling nearby vessels which were not equipped with wireless transmitters. While Titanic was sinking, a crewman desperately tried to signal with this lamp to an unidentified ship that wasn't too far off. The ship never returned the signal.
Oops.
The hospital was a modern facility for its time. Any illness that occurred to a passenger on board was treated at no expense. The ship's
Wow.
doctor, F.W.N. O'Loughlin, went down with the ship. This cargo hold was filled with the dozens of steamer trunks that traveled with first-class
Is it just
passengers.
playing the whole thing
These
since I left
forward
it?
cargo areas
I
are where
wonder.
the iceberg opened Titanic to the sea.
I didn't really
The
get to interact
first-class
with the menu. I was
passengers' prized
explaining
possessions were among the first things
like a
destroyed.
distant connection I had with someone who went down in the Titanic, and it's like
The
and it just played on
first-class
its own.
staterooms were Titanic's largest rooms and occupied the upper decks. These staterooms and the other first-class areas had been specifically designed to be larger and more ornate than Olympics. The most luxurious were the 4 parlor suites. Each parlor suite was decorated in a different style to suit individual tastes. Titanic's first-class bedrooms had freestanding beds instead of the usual bunks or berths. Titanic was one of the first ships to do this. Most of the cabin crews were assigned to the first-class decks. For this reason, first-class passengers were among the first to be sent to the lifeboats and the best assisted during the sinking.
fun fact: there was a nurse who survived the sinking of the
This private
Titanic,
promenade
as well as
deck
her sister
is
ship
unique to Titanic.
Britannic in
Every passenger in a
1916,
first-class parlor
and it was
suite
also
had
present on the
50 feet of
Titanic
private
sister
deck to go with
sister
it.
ship Olympic when it collided with another ship in 1911.
A
Wow.
veranda and palm court. There were 2 such rooms on each side
Her
of
name
the
was
ship.
Violet Jessop.
Ivy grew up the trellis-covered walls. They were open to first-class men and women only.
I'm just imagining her being like,
First
it happened,
liners in
like,
the world to have
beyond the
indoor
Britannic
swimming
being like, are you
pools, which
kidding
were
me?
referred to
What
as
is this
swimming
luck with these
baths.
ships I keep having?
This 40-foot by 13-foot pool was for first class only.
First class only, huh?
The Turkish baths were a first-class novelty item. Essentially, these were steam rooms, but they were decorated in Moorish styles and colors. Titanic also offered an electric bath, which looks like a precursor of modern
What the
ultraviolet
heck?
tanning equipment. The user's
Oh.
body was heated by coils, not unlike those in a toaster.
Huh.
The gymnasium
Interesting.
featured all the latest exercise machinery. There was a mechanical camel whose motion simulated
Not
the
this
effect
shit
of
again,
riding on
RMS.
a real camel. On the wall, there was a map that showed Titanic's daily progress across the Atlantic. Many passengers waited
That straight
here
looks
to
like an
keep
iron
warm
lung.
before boarding the
Yeah, it kinda did.
lifeboats. The first-class lounge was decorated in the style of the French royal palace at Versailles. In keeping with the French theme, the statue above the wood-burning fireplace is a copy of the Artemis of Versailles statue, which is located in the Louvre. The first-class smoking room was designed to look like an English men's club. It was for men only. The windows were hand-painted stained glass. Over the mantel hung a painting entitled Arrival at Plymouth Harbor. The first-class forward staircase was designed to be Titanic's showpiece. It was the center of first-class life as it connected all the decks. In a niche on the top landing stood a clock surrounded on each side by classical figures which represented honor and glory crowning time. For those who preferred not to take the stairs, 3 first-class elevators were available nearby. In Titanic's final moments, water smashed through the dome, flooding down into every deck. The reception room was where the bottom flight of the grand staircase ended. It was a place to wait before you were seated for dinner in the adjoining first-class dining saloon. The first-class dining saloon was the largest room afloat in the world. It was 100 feet long and 92 feet wide, the full width of the ship. It was decorated in the Jacobean style. The dining rooms on the Cunard liners Mauritania and Lusitania were somewhat more elaborate and covered 2 decks. Still, this is an impressive room, and White Star insisted on world-class food and service. The cost for all meals was included in the first-class ticket price. The a la carte restaurant was designed to be more intimate than the main dining room. Meals here cost extra. Captain Smith dined here as a guest of the Wideners. The Café Parisien was built and operated like a real French sidewalk cafe, complete with French waiters. It was unique to Titanic and proved to be very popular. Musical accompaniment for your meal was provided by Titanic's string trio.
Nice top hat. That's what style
The
looks
galley
like.
was a huge kitchen for both first and second class. Fresh bread was baked here every day. Cornbread was a special favorite of the American passengers. Titanic's kitchen staff was baking bread for the next day when they felt the impact. During her last moments, Titanic broke in half near here, spilling items from the kitchen all over the ocean floor in a wide area.
Huh.
The second-class dining saloon was as good as the first-class facilities on many
How are
other
things?
liners.
Things are
The
fine.
food served was from the
We're just
same galley as
watching,
first class,
basically a
and was
Titanic
equivalent
documentary
to
narrated by
this.
Patrick Stewart on the CDI.
The second-class cabins were about the same size
I'm doing
as
good.
the first-class ordinary staterooms, but the decor
We know Picard
was
is
much
doing
simpler.
this.
They could sleep 4 and had linoleum tile flooring. The boiler rooms occupied the lowest level of the ship. These 15-foot-high boilers generated the heat that made the steam to power the ship. There were 159 furnaces in all, each of which had to be
Fun
stoked,
fact, Titanic sank in 2 hours and 5
fed
minutes.
with coal. The crew that worked in these
Lusitania,
hot,
slightly
cramped
smaller
bowels
passenger
of the
ship, sunk in
were
18
referred to,
minutes.
for obvious reasons,
Dang.
as the Black Gang. This boiler room, number 6, was open to the sea by the iceberg. As the ship sank, the race was on to cool the boilers before the freezing water could hit them, setting them off like bombs that would tear the ship apart. As the ship broke in half, the massive boilers spilled out, becoming the first pieces of the Titanic to hit the bottom of the ocean. The bilge keel helps stabilize a ship by...
Yeah, right now this is just kind of just playing on its own.
Bottom.
I was just
This
on the
was one of
menu
the
talking
first
about something and then it just kind of
sections
just
being
played
constructed.
this. So
Ironically,
it just
the
auto-played.
bilge
It's just
and the
auto-playing
rest of the
this.
double bottom were unaffected by the
I haven't really been able to interact much in this.
Side, not the bottom of the ship. The reciprocating engine room housed 2 of these enormous engines, which were nearly 3
But I'm not
stories
complaining. I can
high.
hear Patrick Stewart
They
talk
drove
about this.
the 2 outboard propellers, each of which was 23 feet across, either forward or in reverse. Titanic split in half here because the tall engines created an open area
Casa
that was a natural weak
Concordia.
point in the
Oh, that
structure of
ship.
the
Yeah. About 4 to 5-ish hours.
This turbine engine drove the center propeller. The low-pressure turbine was powered by leftover
You think it was a
steam
German
from
missile
the
that hit the
reciprocating engines. When the Titanic reversed engines to
Lusitania?
try to avoid the iceberg, it had less stopping power than it otherwise could
We
have.
get to learn all sorts of
since
naval
this
history
turbine
tonight.
was incapable of turning its propeller backwards. Third-class cabins were Spartan, but offered comfort that was superior to what many of the emigrants would have known at home. This cabin was for a family. There were no private bathrooms for third class. Passengers here in the bow were among the first people to know how serious the collision had been. They literally found themselves standing in water when they got out of bed.
A lot of them died because of that.
The third-class dining saloon was actually 2 rooms divided by a watertight bulkhead.
Now, is that
It covered
just
the
one of your
full
favorite
width of the ship.
hyperfixations?
Although first
Yeah,
and
I mean, there's
second
definitely a lot to get
class
hyperfixated with, especially with the
Third class
Titanic, so...
The forward well deck served as a promenade deck for third-class passengers. Its cranes were for lowering freight down through cargo hatch number 3. The collision knocked ice off the iceberg, and it fell into the well deck, where some passengers picked up pieces and playfully threw them at each other. The aft well deck was an area that third-class passengers used as a promenade deck.
Anything that happened
It
with
also
this
had
happened with
cargo
Cordoria,
hatch
but I would
and cranes for lowering
that was
cargo
the second
into the
worst
hold.
wreck.
After
Am I
the
right?
lifeboats were gone,
I mean, I
more
have
than
seen that
1,000
internet
people
historian
remained
video on
here.
that ship. So,
The
yeah.
third-class general room was the equivalent of a lounge for third class. The paneling was made of pine and the furniture of teak. The third-class smoking room was right next door to it on the port side. The poop deck was an open-air walking and sitting space for third class.
Patrick
This was the
Stewart said
last
poop.
section of Titanic.
Quick, isolate it.
It rose out of the water until it was nearly vertical. All those left on board clustered here until the ship slipped into the depths. Soon after Olympic was launched,
Gamer quote.
Titanic still under construction, Harland and Wolff workers began laying the keel for the third sister ship. But this third ship was not destined
More like the
to fly
CDI
white
thing is a
star flag as an
disaster of Titanic proportions, just like the ship itself.
paying passenger.
I don't know.
White Star originally intended to name her Gigantic, but the Titanic debacle occurred before she was completed and White Star decided to play
I think initially
down
the crew was not
ill-fated sibling.
probably prepared for an
They named
emergency, and a lot of passengers did not
Britannic.
take the threat seriously until it
Even
was
denied
way
that
too
they had
late.
ever planned to call
Yeah,
that Britannic.
that probably didn't help
Recent
either.
discovery of this period poster has proved beyond a doubt what the original name was intended to be. As a result of
Here's your
Titanic's
new issue of
sinking,
Gigantic
White Star
Ships.
engineers rethought Britannic's safety features as well as her name. Her structure was reinforced and the double bottom was extended up above the waterline. Britannic was fitted with unique and almost unsightly oversized cranes for lowering the lifeboats. These cranes, known as davits, were designed to lower multiple lifeboats even if the ship tilted severely while sinking. A comparison of similar features on Titanic and Britannic shows that Britannic was intended to be the most luxurious of the three sister ships.
If only they had Picard doing a kind of doc like this and for how Red Dwarf's ship messed up badly. Okay, finally we got some interaction here. So I think it went over the ship. I think next is maybe passengers and crew. I'm just gonna click on these. Thankfully I can use the mouse for this.
Titanic, of course, aroused extra attention because she was not only the biggest ship in the world and the most luxurious ship in the world, but she was also on her first voyage. And the first voyage in that period was always important. The maiden voyage was a thing to be in on. If you were traveling back and forth between England and America, you would take your passage on the Titanic if you could. And so she had an extra festive passenger list.
Yeah, like the women and children rule.
Titanic's
Issue was
passengers were
prioritize women and children and
in
then
three
get the men on
classes,
board.
or cabins, as they were called. Each passenger was allowed access only to the
Yeah.
areas of the ship designated for that.
But
class.
they didn't exactly have
Ticket in any class
they didn't exactly
for
fill
all
the
users
lifeboats either.
during the 6
They
days.
kind of just let lifeboats go,
1912,
like not even like half full or
329
whatever.
first-class passengers paid up to
That didn't help either.
$3,200 a
And
ticket.
very few people were actually rescued out of the water too, even though the boats had room. But I guess they didn't want people to like swarm in and overturn them and stuff, make things worse.
Benjamin Guggenheim,
Due to miscommunications, we got the shit show of women and
and
children
Isidore
only
Strauss, the
in
founder of
lifeboats,
Macy's
which were way too
department
few, being
285 second
yeah,
class
that's what I was talking about,
paid the
Tiger.
modern equivalent of $900.
Yeah, women and children only.
These
So
were
yeah, a
working
lot
class
of men
people,
died.
and many of them were bringing all of
because of
their
that.
worldly possessions with them to what they hoped would be their new home in the United States. There were 710 third-class passengers, many of whom didn't speak English. Like the second-class passengers, most were traveling with everything they owned, hoping to start a new life. They paid the modern equivalent of $500 each. 899 people served on Titanic's crew. 397 of them worked in the actual operation of the ship, while 518 served
Hey,
as
Chow.
stewards of the passengers.
Are you ready to learn all about the Titanic on the CDI? Like the crew in the first class and the second, third? Kind of. And it's narrated by Patrick Stewart. That's kind of what sold me on getting this for the CDI. What does the watch mean? I don't know. Interesting. I think this is the captain here.
Captain Edward J. Smith had been a White Star commander for 25 years and had been working on ships since the age of 16. In 1912, he was the highest paid ship commander in the world. In today's terms, his salary would be in excess of $100,000 a year. A captain of a passenger liner in those days had to be able to command a crew and be a social figure for the wealthy first-class passengers who tended to book passages on ships whose captains they liked.
Actually, yeah, Tiger Uchimara already mentioned her,
But Smith
Chow.
succeeded in both.
How
Above
she,
all, as a commander, he was expected
kept getting
to
on
get
the
his
sister
ship
ships
where it was
and
going on
nearly,
time.
yeah.
In 1907, Captain Smith had described his 40 years at sea as uneventful, and added that because of modern technology, shipwrecks and other dangers at sea were a thing of the past. Now, after an illustrious career, Smith was planning to retire before Titanic's maiden voyage, but he yielded to J. Bruce Ismay's insistence that he bring his charm and reputation to the helm one last time.
The whiskey trick is a sense of false security. The whiskey is taking warmth from your vital organs and taking it to your outer body. You feel warm, but now your organs are screwed. Follow Smith on Twitter. What is this?
Her maiden voyage brought Olympic to New York on June
I guess this is just a
21st,
show.
1911. 12 tugboats were helping move.
Yeah, what
to
happened
Pier
to
59
him during the ship.
Without warning, Olympic's starboard propeller kicked into reverse. A tugboat was sucked into the huge propeller, and the tug's stern frame and rudder were destroyed. Olympic was involved in a more notorious accident on her 5th trip. She and the British Navy cruiser HMS Hawke were steaming parallel to each other off the Isle of Wight. Suction from the huge Olympic pulled the Hawke off course, and the Hawke's bow punctured the Olympic's starboard side, both above and below the waterline. The British Admiralty Court found Olympic at fault. She had simply been too close to the smaller ship. There was a meaning to be found in these.
Well, that other ship got
but
wrecked,
it was
though.
far from obvious to those involved. Olympic's captain at the time of the collision with the Hawke was Edward J. Smith. Smith would soon move on to helm the nearly identical Titanic, where his judgment would be open to doubt. But here again, the White Star authorities failed to ask themselves the right questions at the right time. Most of Titanic's crew was hired in Southampton, England. Sailors from many ships signed up, but few had ever worked on a vessel comparable to Titanic. At 7:30 a.m., Captain Edward J. Smith walked up the gangway. The other officers had spent the night on board, and the crew was now complete. At noon, sailors had pulled up the gangways.
It always
and
comes down to
Titanic
corporate
slid forward in the water
tomfuckery.
with the blast
Yeah.
of her whistle.
Even over 100 years ago, that still applies today.
As she passed two smaller liners, Titanic's wake pulled one of them, the New York, away from the Oceanic, which it was tied to. All 6 of New York's thick mooring ropes snapped, and a collision seemed inevitable.
Uh-oh.
On the bridge, Captain Smith must have remembered the Olympic's recent collision with HMS Hawke under similar circumstances. The harbor pilot, George Bowyer, ordered a quick burst of Titanic's port-side propeller, and an accident was averted by as little as 4 feet.
So right off the bat, they already had a close call.
Thursday morning, April the 11th, Captain Smith takes Titanic through some additional practice turns en route to Ireland. This was unusual, and Smith may have been still trying to get a feel for his new ship. With the hour of departure approaching, Captain Smith watched from the bridge as the tenders pulled away. Returning to the Irish shore from Titanic were 7 lucky passengers who were traveling only as far as Ireland. The Odell family were among those 7. They snapped pictures as they pulled away from Titanic. They are the last surviving photographs of the ship before she went down.
Huh.
On Saturday, April 13th, the weather continued to be good and the ocean was calm. Since noon Friday, Titanic had covered 519 miles. Sunday, April the 14th. Chief Wireless Operator Jack Phillips spent the night of April 13th trying to repair Titanic's Marconi telegraph set. He finally got the device working again at 5 in the morning. Phillips and his assistant, Harold Bride, labored frantically to make up for lost time. They were swamped with passenger wireless messages waiting to be sent out. In the midst of this, at 9 o'clock, they picked up a message from the Caronia, relaying the coordinates of an ice field ahead. Despite the new information, Captain Smith felt it was appropriate to light up 2 more boilers so that Titanic could continue to pick up speed. With his officers, the captain made a routine inspection of the ship, but for reasons he kept to himself, Smith cancelled White Star's customary Sunday lifeboat drill. At 10:30 a.m., Captain Smith officiated at a Church of England religious service in the first-class dining saloon. This was one of Smith's favorite duties as captain. At 1:42 in the afternoon, a ship called the Baltic reported finding large quantities of field ice about 250 miles ahead of Titanic. This
Like,
warning
hey, there's ice here. You should probably watch out for that.
Smith is known to have carried it with him as he walked on the promenade deck. There, he ran into J. Bruce Ismay. Smith casually gave Ismay the note, which Ismay put in his pocket. During the winter and early spring months, shipping lanes were set farther south than during the rest of the year. This was done to avoid the chunks of ice that congested the northern seas. At 5:45 p.m. that Sunday, however, Captain Smith altered course to pursue an even more southerly route. He spoke to no one about the reason for this decision. In any case, the difference in Titanic's course was not significant enough to steer her clear of the ice field whose coordinates Smith knew from the various telegrams. In the first-class smoking room, Captain Smith approached J. Bruce Ismay and asked him for the wireless message from the Baltic. Ismay gave it to him. Smith said that he intended to put the message up in the officer's chart room, but did not do so. In fact, the message was never seen again. By 7:30, the outside temperature had dropped to 1 degree above freezing. But it was warm in the a la carte restaurant, where Captain Smith was attending the exclusive dinner party with Jack Thayer's parents and other notables, including President Taft's personal friend and military aide, Archibald Butt. After dinner, Captain Smith relaxed, smoking 2 cigars. Captain Smith's daughter remembered that cigars were his pleasure, and one was allowed to be in the room only if one was absolutely still, so that the blue cloud over his head never moved.
Yeah, corporate asked money. You would love to commission a replica of the Titanic, albeit updated to modern electrical system and no-brainer safety procedures.
And went to the bridge. With Lightoller, he discussed the clear weather.
Captain Smith, like you.
calm
Oh,
sea,
with the cigar.
and even the question of when they would reach the ice, and whether the icebergs would be visible by starlight.
I mean, it seemed like a replicated Titanic would be cool, but I don't know if people would be down for that, because it's like, I don't know, bad omen or something.
With Titanic steaming ahead at faster speeds than she had ever previously attained, and just as they were entering the most dangerous region of the ocean, Captain Smith decided to retire for the night. It was 9:20. His parting words to Lightoller were,
"If in the slightest degree doubtful, let me know."
Although jarring to the crew down in the bow, the impact was hardly noticed by many on board. But Captain Smith felt the bump and appeared on the bridge only moments later, saying,
"What have we struck?"
But it was already too late for Smith to have any effect on the outcome. By midnight, Captain Smith had received reports that water was pouring into the number 1, 2, and 3 holds and into boiler room number 6.
What's a replica based on it would be cool. Maybe add some historical stuff to it and it would work. Yeah, maybe. Imagine why it's happening at that and only pique interest to history buffs.
Bruce Ismay reached the bridge.
I don't know. I think there might still be enough of an interest, maybe.
Do you think the ship is badly damaged?
He asked.
I'm afraid she is.
Smith replied. But Ismay had a hard time.
This is one of the most documented, like, you know,
asked others whether they
ships in history, so it's like...
No one knew the ship better than Thomas Andrews, her chief designer, so Captain Smith asked Andrews to inspect the damage with him. After the inspection, Andrews knew that Titanic was doomed. At 12:05
he's like, yeah, we're fucked.
On Monday, April 15th, Captain Smith gave the orders to uncover the lifeboats and muster the crew and passengers. But no general alarm was sounded. Smith knew that even if every lifeboat on board were completely filled, there would still only be room in them for 1,178 of the 2,223 passengers. And to make matters even worse, not one of those passengers had been through a lifeboat drill on board Titanic. Captain Smith went to the wireless room and
He's seen the size of the cruise ships today.
To send out the regulation
Concordia
distress
could have easily
call
swallowed Titanic.
indicating
Yeah.
that the standard distress call was CQD, Attention Distress. Some 58 miles to the southeast, the small Cunard liner Carpathia picked up Titanic's call for help and headed full speed to the rescue. The news of this could hardly have consoled Captain Smith. since he knew that Carpathia could not possibly arrive before Titanic sank. Second Officer Lightoller went to Captain Smith for permission to fill and lower the boats. Smith told him to
put the women and children in
Long
the boats.
cruise ships are whack.
Lightoller.
Yeah, I can
interpreted
imagine.
this
I haven't been on
order to
one,
mean
but
women
yeah.
and children only.
Oh, there's that
An hour
miscommunication.
had passed since Titanic first struck the iceberg, when a ship
Women,
was
children
sighted
only.
at a distance of 5 to 10 miles away. Captain Smith ordered Quartermaster George Rowe to fire the first distress rocket. It shot high into the air and exploded with a loud boom. 7 additional rockets would be fired in the course of Titanic's sinking, but the neighboring vessel would pay no heed. At 2:10 a.m., Captain Smith released wireless operators Bride and Phillips from their duties. He told them,
Men, you have done your full duty. You look out for yourselves.
At 2:17 a.m., Captain Smith gave his final order. Through a
Big
megaphone,
horn.
he shouted,
Well, boys, do your
Guess
best
what's
for the
message
women
absolutely
and children,
gut-wrenching.
and look out for yourselves.
If you read
then
them
he
along the
disappeared
timeline.
inside the bridge. From that moment on, it was every man for himself. Collapsible B was washed from the deck when Titanic sank. 28 men clung to its capsized hull until rescue. Among these survivors was Second Officer Lightoller and radio man Harold Bride, whose feet dangled in the water and were badly frozen. Some claimed to have seen Captain Smith swim up to Collapsible B. One story even had Smith handing over a baby which he had saved, but there is no evidence to support this claim. Senator Smith's Senate investigation was not able to prove any kind of criminal negligence on the part of the White Star Line or Captain Smith. The most he could do was to criticize the behavior of Captain Smith and White Star. In 1912, both the British and American inquiries strongly criticized Captain Lord for not taking action sooner. The inquiries
screen
also
tearing there.
determined that the unidentified ship Lord had seen must have been Titanic, and that the ship seen from Titanic was the Californian. Ironically, the Leland Line, which owned the Californian, was controlled by the same parent company that owned Titanic, so in effect, she failed to help one of her own. At the inquiries and throughout the rest of his life, Captain Lord claimed that the ship he had seen was an unidentified third ship. There were certainly many ships in the area that night, most of them stopped by the ice field, but none of these other ships has ever been positively identified as this third ship. Had Captain Smith lived, he might well have taken some of the blame that was attributed to Captain Lord for not coming to Titanic's rescue. But Smith had already become a hero for sinking with his ship. In reality, Captain Smith was guilty of a complacent attitude not very different from Lord's. Smith operated under the assumption that his crew would see any iceberg in time to avoid a collision. Lord assumed that nothing very serious was
Besides
happening
Smith, what do you
on
hear
the
about
ship firing
Francisco?
rockets.
Shit. Do you know?
Following
You know-
an unwritten law of the sea, Captain E.J. Smith went down with his ship. He thus escaped being fingered as the man who, as captain, must take ultimate responsibility for the disaster.
He was just like, well, I was gonna retire anyway. So I'm like, I don't want to deal with that. There's a lot to this, actually. I don't think we'll be able to go through all of this, because I do want to get to the other two games at some point, but we'll probably take a little bit more of this. Here's... So this is probably like well-known survivors. Second class. Here's a child. I'm guessing maybe that's one of the interviews they got, because they probably interviewed some of the younger survivors that were still alive when they made this, maybe. Or Yanis Avranis, both garbage-ass captains. Oh wait, are you referring to the captain of the what's it, the Concordia? Yeah. Andrews died, Ismay survived. Can't recall the other names. Dean. There's only one third class.
Bertram and Eliza Melvina Dean were the only children of a middle-class London family. Their father sold the pub he owned, and they pulled up stakes to look for a better life in the United States. Melvina was only 9 weeks old when they boarded Titanic. Her grandparents were angry about their departure and refused to see them off.
Oh, was that like the youngest survivor of the Titanic? What's that watch icon mean?
Click here to go to the timeline.
Oh, there's a timeline. That's what that is, the timeline. You can actually look at the whole timeline of the Titanic. Oh yeah, there it is. Disaster timeline. Look at all this. Gun. Catino was the Cordoria. Avranus was the captain of the Oceanos, which he pretty much did the same thing as the other captain. Okay, Sunbash just caught him as he's and pulled him. Okay. This goes over the rediscovery, disaster, timeline.
Click here to revisit the introduction.
Oh, I don't want to watch the whole introduction again.
Titanic was the largest.
Oops, that just plays that again. Tour of the ship. Okay, so it auto-played all this earlier. Here it's like we can actually like... This is how we actually selected all this stuff. Yeah, okay. We already seen all this stuff. Oh, but here we go. We can actually like... Okay, so you can actually like interact. Yeah, poop, deck. Yeah, we can do all this. This is probably rediscovery timeline. Okay, yeah, and then you can interact with like... Yeah. Yeah, kind of neat. Okay, guided tours. Discovery.
Bob Ballard finding the ship sort of eliminated a lot of the mystery, but it stirred up almost as many things as it eliminated. We know where the Titanic was, but there was something mysterious about walking along the boat deck over at the bottom of the sea, the same place that John Jacob Astor and the Strausses and so on, other prominent people had.
I'm sorry, I know Walter Lord's like an author of and knows a lot about the Titanic, but I just can't get over him like...
to me are sort of haunting. The lifeboats are all gone. They went their way.
Like him just...
But the Davids...
his head going everywhere.
The lifeboats cast off.
It's distracting.
In many respects, Titanic is a frozen microcosm from 1912. Still visible on the site are unopened bottles of champagne, period toiletry articles, and shiny brass fittings. She is an undersea laboratory where we are learning how the deep ocean environment...
I think quite a bit of it has deteriorated since this, even.
...over time. The knowledge gained through such research will be applied in the design of future underwater structures. With the rediscovery, there are now as many new mysteries raised as old mysteries solved.
Did the stream crash? I'm still going according to OBS. Did I have like a brief disconnect at some point? According to OBS, I didn't really. I mean, this is all kind of fascinating, but there's a lot here. So this would probably take like a few hours just to go through it all. Let's see. Just gonna see what this.
Bertram.
Yeah, thankfully you can skip a lot of this stuff.
Bertram and Milvina Dean.
Well, that was a weird line there.
We were sleeping at the time.
Oh, there we
Mum
go.
was told to put her coat over her nightdress.
Yeah, this is what I
take
thought
her
this would
baby,
be.
which was
Like
my
Interview with a Survivor.
sister here. And my father took me up to the deck.
It was 1:35 in the morning. The second and third class women and children were being loaded into the aft lifeboats. Bertram Dean relates how he last saw his father.
When it was our turns to get onto the boat, he helped us in and said, "Cheerio, we'll see you later. Hope to see you later." And that's the last we saw of him.
On a cold, rainy evening, 3 days after Titanic sank, a crowd of 30,000 people were gathered at New York City's Pier 54, waiting for the rescue ship. At about 9:00 p.m., Carpathia pulled into view. She carried all 705 survivors. The third-class survivors were the last allowed ashore and the worst off. As a group, they had suffered more casualties than any of the other classes, and many of them had lost all of their possessions. Routine immigration procedures were set aside, and some were temporarily housed in New York hospitals. Bertram and Milvina Dean were among the third-class survivors. They spent 6 weeks at St. Luke's Hospital with their mother.
They gave her a little penknife in the shape of a shoe, which I have for luck, and also a silver spoon for luck.
In the hospital, they made me a little suit, head of a blanket. And Mother kept that for years afterwards until they went and had a look in the case one day and there was some moth that got into it and they took it out and burnt it. If they'd kept it on over it now, it'd been worth about £1,000.
Honestly, even thinking about getting pulled away from loved ones.
Bertram and
Just
Milvina
yikes.
Dean
Yeah.
returned to England with their mother and lived with their grandparents, who had wanted them to stay in England in the first place. Everything they had sank with the ship, and their dream of a better life in America was never realized. Relief money raised for Titanic survivors did pay for both of their educations. Bertram actually worked in shipyards for a time. Later, in his retirement, he lectured in schools about Titanic. He died in 1992. On the exact day of the 80th anniversary of the sinking. Milvina Dean, now 80 years old, was and still is the youngest survivor. She remembers nothing about Titanic.
She must have passed away like
that changed her life.
sometime after this. I forget when though. I don't think it was like that long ago. Like she might have passed away. Yeah, this must have been like old interview footage from like the 80s or something. Okay. I think what we'll do is maybe just go a little bit into
Bob Ballard.
Dreams of raising Titanic. Yeah, that didn't happen. I mean, there's been stuff brought back, but not everything. Yeah, I think even the youngest would have been 80 by the 90s. Yeah. Actually, hang on. I'm just gonna look up something, actually. Titanic. Okay, 2009, actually, was when the last living person who survived the Titanic passed away. So yeah, not that long ago, honestly, but yeah, they must have been like, they were probably like, definitely in their 90s. Like almost 100 at that point. Submersibles, huh? Just like a certain one we mentioned last year, haha. It's not too soon to mention that when talking about that, right?
From the moment Titanic sank, there was talk of finding her again. At first, people wrongly believed that passengers might have taken refuge inside the ship's watertight compartments and could still be alive, slowly suffocating to death at the bottom of the ocean. These fears were unfounded, but they gave rise to the first of many schemes to raise Titanic.
Even if there was the case, they would not have been survived down there.
They
would like collapsed in and
Benjamin Guggenheim's family, together
pressure.
with John Astor's family, inquired about the possibility of salvaging the wreck.
Through the years, a great many crackpot schemes came along with some that weren't so crackpot.
And they were absolutely stupid for doing what they did.
To give you an illustration of the crackpot scheme, there was one theory that if you fill the Titanic with ping pong balls, that would bring it up.
Ping pong balls?
There was a serious thought of how many ping pong balls.
They actually did that on Mythbusters with the boat.
Never knew what the results were. There was also another theory that if you put pontoons attached with a magnet, electromagnet, to the hull, they would pull the ship up.
However, even reaching Titanic was thought to be an impossibility. The ocean is 2.5 miles deep where she sank. No exploration could reach those depths. In the popular mind, Titanic became the Mount Everest of shipwrecks. Some viewed the impossibility of reaching her as the greatest of challenges. This challenge helped keep the Titanic story alive through 2 world wars and many decades. The rediscovery of Titanic in 1985 revealed that the ship was broken in two. Shortly after the rediscovery, a plan was put forward to use the largest ships in the world, supertankers, as floats to support Titanic's bow and bring it to the surface. But further exploration of the ship has shown structural damage so severe that any attempt to bring up the bow or stern section in one large piece would probably cause the hull to disintegrate. In any case, popular opinion is currently opposed to disturbing Titanic, since it is considered to be the graveyard of more than 1,200 victims who were never found.
Yep. We'll probably just, I think we'll just watch one of more of these, and then maybe the epilogue, and then we'll go to the actual game voting. The reason why I kind of went on this for a little long as well, I had a game earlier, but it had no disc in it. So, and then I played a backup game, which was just a dumb thing that I did already. So yeah, this is just to kind of make up for that.
Until 1985, no one knew exactly where Titanic was. Her last reported location was only an estimate based on star plottings and approximations of the ship's speed. At best, these bearings were thought to be within 3 miles of Titanic's true position. Titanic was known to lie somewhere among these ridges and mountains, 2 miles beneath the surface of the sea. Deep ocean regions similar to this are found on 2/3 of the Earth's surface, but because of the extreme depth and the pressure of 6,000 pounds per square inch, human eyes have seen less than 1/10 of 1% of these areas. This is an utterly dark, cold world of billowing chemical clouds filled with strange animals, that use a process called chemosynthesis to survive without sunlight.
Yeah,
The
deep
ship of the
underwater
past
stuff is
that vanished
kind of
into a
fascinating
world
too.
that only the future would be able to reach. That future arrived in 1985 when a joint United States and French expedition set out to search the same 150 square mile area that had previously been explored by a Titanic hunter named Jack Grimm. Jack Grimm launched 3 expeditions, all of which failed to find Titanic. The American team was led by Dr. Robert Ballard from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. The French team leader was Jean-Louis Michel of Ifremer. They first explored approximately 70% of the area in the French vessel Le Suroît. As Grimm had done before them, they used sonar to look for reflected sound waves that matched Titanic's dimensions. They found nothing. Then they used the vessel Nor from Woods Hole
Good, like, we
and a
found nothing
deep-sea
image.
video sled called the Argo to scan the remaining area visually. This also produced no results. Out of the total of 5 weeks allotted for the expedition, only 4 days remained. There was one small area which the Suroît had been unable to explore due to bad weather. The team decided to return there for one last investigation. In the early hours of September 1st, 1985, this image appeared on the Nor's video screen. It was a boiler of the type that could only be from Titanic.
There you go.
The deep-sea explorers, overjoyed, raised styrofoam cups filled with Portuguese wine. Then one of them looked at his watch and pointed out that it was nearly 2 in the morning. This was the exact place and the exact hour of Titanic's sinking 73 years earlier. The flag of Titanic's builder, Harland and Wolff, was raised, and an informal memorial service was held. They had found Titanic in the eastern part of the area Jack Grimm had explored. The French vessel had narrowly missed finding the wreck during its sonar sweeps. The Discovery team returned to a blaze of public interest, but with only a few photos. They and others would go back for a more thorough exploration. Titanic was front-page news again, a ship of the present as well as the past.
There you go. That's what caused the resurgence of all that. Now let's just watch the epilogue, and then we'll go back to picking our game of the 2 games I haven't played yet. Consequences. Exiting credits. Ooh, actually, I think with this I can find the person I was talking about. Naked. I know it was like something... Naked, huh? Nut bean. Never found, never found. Lifeboat 15. Or was it? A lot of S's. I'm just trying to remember what the name was. This is actually kind of cool. You can actually go name by name. A lot of never founds. I think it was like Strauss or something like that. Last Miss. Skinner. Sobe. Spencer. Strauss. I think that's... Oh, wait. Manservant of Mr. Isidore. Yeah, this is it. This name right here. Claimed by family. Isidore and Ida's Trust. Yeah. So, Isidore's brother, knew my, like my great aunt. So that's the connection I have with the Titanic. With this very distant, like, you know, thing. Because, my ancestor was traveled with the Strauss family as like a muse type of thing, like the Gene Company. Isidore's brother owns Levi, like the Gene Company. Yeah, and I have like this. I had to get it since I moved and everything, but I found this out when I had to go through like an old storage thing that had a lot of my grandmother's stuff that we had to go through, and I found info about that and like this like silver plate that was given to like my great aunt for being like a good friend of the family or whatever. So yeah, this is the connection I have with the Titanic. Funnily enough, Isidore and Ida were owners of. That'd be worth millions, yeah. But yeah, it was like my grandmother's great aunt, so great aunt, but still. So neat little fun little factoid about my connection with the Titanic, I guess. It's a distant connection, but it's there. But okay, yeah. This is actually kind of a neat thing if you're into like the history of Titanic. And I like the Patrick Stewart narration. It's basically just watching a documentary on Titanic with Patrick Stewart narration. Okay, so one quote I want for my wedding is from Ada Strauss before. Oh right, it was. Yeah, that is that couple, isn't it? Isn't it, Tiger? Rigo, Igo. Yeah, that's what it is. And my great aunt was involved with that family. So there you go. Well, this made up for not having Jeopardy, so... The song playing Near My God to Thee was the last song heard from the orchestra minutes before she sang. Yeah. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed this little trip down this historical Titanic thing. Is illegal to make authorized copies. Don't worry, this is real copy, I swear. I bought it for like... I bought it just because of Patrick Stewart. Yeah, 1993. I'm not a Himmel person, but I do. Oh. It just automatically ejected the disc. I mean, that's convenient for me. That works. Okay. So that was that. So now, we basically have 2 games left for tonight. And it's between these two. Litil Divil and Kether. Center these a little better. So I'm gonna make up another poll, and whichever one you want to see next, you can vote for that. Because one is kind of like a cartoony, maybe adventure game-ish thing. It's been on other systems, Litil Divil. And Kether's got like a weird 3D thing. It says it uses double use of double plane 3D effects on CDI, which is very like kind of gives me shades of like This is 3D from Sora Sodan. So we'll see how that goes. By claiming, ooh, special effects. Near my god, the more like near my god to fist. Oh, I thought you were gonna say near my god to pee. That'd probably be more like the gag quote. But anyway, pulls up. What one do you want to see first? All right, so far we got a vote for Litil Divil. Divil. Now, I'm not sure how Litil Divil's going to play exactly because I think it's meant to be for a controller. And I'm only have the mouse. Now, the mouse was fine for the Titanic thing, of course. But this is an actual game for the CDI, and I don't know how well it's going to play on a mouse. Or this like remote I have for it, which is, I don't know, those are my only options. I don't actually have a controller for my CDI, so I might be limited for some games because of that, or at least not be able to play certain games particularly well because of that. Not that some games played particularly well even with controllers in mind anyway, but... Alright, we got 2 votes for Litil Divil. Looks like it might be Litil Divil. Unless you want to see some weird 90s 3D stuff in Kether. Judging from the back of this, the Kether anyway. Apparently it's French too. But it looks like it's Litil Divil. Alright. Let's pop this in and see if I can actually play it. Okay, first, before I put the disc in, get these images off. That way I don't have a blocking the intro like with Titanic. Alright, let's play. Okay, boot it up. Ooh, actual video. There it is. The pizza. Game's a tad quiet compared to the others. It's the mystical pizza of plenty. But yeah, this is actually some look at this pizza. One of the guys looks like a pizza. Oh, they're drawing straws, right? That's what the back of the box said. This guy, the main character, he actually drew this short straw. And has to go get the pizza. Mythical pizza plenty. But yeah, the animation quality is actually pretty good. Like, fine, I'll go get the frickin' pizza. Gremlin. Press any button to begin a game. Is the mouse gonna work? It registered the mouse. Let's try to change colors when they picked it. Truly cursed. Well, this is still way better than, you know, Zelda and Hotel Mario animation. Like, this is something with actual genuine effort. Although I don't know how I'm gonna be able to play this. Okay, so I can use the mouse to move. Okay, I can duck. This might be a little wonky with this. Okay, can I use the remote? I can. I thought it was back. Remote doesn't seem to register very well, though. Surprisingly. Alright, let's go forward, I guess. Uh-oh. Ow. Oh god, this isn't going well. Let me try the mouse. I got flattened. Oh, there we go. Also, the game is super quiet. Dark Souls mouse run is going well. I think my best chance is with the mouse here. There's a dodge. Ow. How much health do I have? Ow. Come on. Okay. This might be a problem. Ow. I'm just taking a beating. This mouse doesn't work very well for this kind of game. It's definitely meant for a controller. But the problem is I don't... Oh, there we go. I finally got him. Is there a menu or something? Also, is there music? It's hard to tell. Okay, there is music. It's just really quiet for some reason. Well, I can say this. Out of everything I've gotten for the CDI, this is the most actual game I've played so far. And the graphics are actually not bad. Oh. Okay, now we're doing like dungeon exploring. Oh god, with the mouse it's a bit... Oh. Door. Night. Oh. Okay, that's my inventory. To walk back. Oh god. I definitely should get a controller for this. Wait, there's something on the floor. Oh god, that's loud. I thought that was an item pickup on the floor, but no, that's just a lightning bolt or something. Took a little bit of damage. Oh, I can just click the door. I tried clicking the door earlier. Okay. Now, I actually did see this was on Steam, like I said earlier. So... Oh boy. Jump! Oh. Okay, I think if I could just try again. Oh. Okay, that almost worked. But yeah, I mean, worst case, if I can't find a controller for the CDI, I can always just play the Steam version. Maybe that has controller support. Don't get eliminated! Oh, God. Nope. I can't... I need to... No! I doubt the controller... I doubt the... Oh, I just went back. What, did he just give up? Like, yeah. He's like, well, I can't do it. Sad. Okay, let's try somewhere else, I guess. Interesting graphical effect there. Oh god. We try the... Yeah. Okay, the controller is... Problem is that if I use the remote, it's unresponsive, and if I use the mouse, it's overly sensitive, so I have no good middle ground for this game. I need a freaking CDI controller, but the problem is they're hard to find and expensive. Can't even get in there. I mean, this is still kind of neat. I'm actually kind of digging this game. It's interesting. Ow. Ooh, hot. Oh. Yeah, I'm supposed to react to that. Ugh. Oh, come on. Okay, no. Remote's not the way to go for this game. Frick. Oh god. Can I not get past this? God. Oh. Can I jump? Oh god. I'm gonna lose all my health just because I went down this way. God. I think this is one of those, like... It's just gonna throw a lot of crap at you and you just gotta memorize where to go, what to do type of games. It's very punishing otherwise. Oh god. I think I'm dead. Oh. Down to hell I go, I guess. Oh, that's actually kind of violent. Oh no, not us. Not us. The sound is a bit unbalanced, though. It's like some of it's quiet and some of it's kind of loud. Oh, is that our menu? So, I'm guessing that's load. That's continue. And that's probably just quit. I'm gonna continue. So I want to see if there's anything else I can find or do in this game, because it's interesting. Oh god, that means I gotta fight that guy on the bridge again, don't I? Okay, ooh, I actually ducked. God, it's like you can play this with the mouse, but it's very fickle. I can't even get close enough. Oh, I jumped away from that. Ow. I don't think this part matters. If you get hit a bunch, you just gotta eventually take him down anyway. Because even though I took a beating before, I like still had like a full health bar going in that maze area. Ah! Problem is that this isn't very responsive. Can't even... I'm trying to use the remote as well, but it doesn't work half the time. The mouse is too sensitive. There's no good middle ground, like I said, for me. God. What is this? What is this attack registering? I can't even... What is that? Well, I can do like a spin. If I can go around quickly. Attack! Just attack normally! It's like if it detects any sort of movement whatsoever, even from the mouse, it just doesn't do it. Why is this going worse than before? Come on. I just need to get... I just want to take another shot at the... Oh, God. Joys of CDI when you don't have a freaking controller. Oh, I can do backflips. That's not what I want to do. Just attack. Bonk him. I'm just clicking like frantically, just trying to get him to attack. Doesn't want to attack sometimes. There we go. Come on. I swear I'll get back to that maze thing again. I swear. Oh my God, come on. Jesus Christ, Jenny, can you please just freaking attack him? I'm pushing buttons and he doesn't even want to do it. You're not attacking half the time. I mean, it's a good thing I guess I have infinite health during this part, but still, this is annoying. Fine. How am I doing worse? I want to experience more of this game. Just let me... Okay, I got him once there. Just let me frickin' attack! Stop ducking! Okay, I'm gonna do something differently here with the mouse. I'm actually gonna do the... Come on. Okay, there. I'm trying a method here where I'm like... Oh, do I have to move the mouse and attack at the same time? Oh, that's probably what it was. I thought I had to stay still. There we go. Freaking cartoon ass sound. Getting eliminated. Yeah, because the controls yeah, weren't very clear with the mouse, to say the least. In terms of like directional crap. I do kind of want to see more of this game and what's it about. But man, I definitely need a controller for this. Or just play like the Steam version or something. Okay, let's try this door. It's over here. This looks like a store, I think. But I have 0 gold or something? Can I get a bucket? Why is bug spray like almost $3,000? Oh, there's a hook. Okay, I guess I can't buy anything. But I guess there is a store. I need to find some gold, I guess. No. Like, hey, you broke my bridge. Get back here. Huh. Okay, this is a door. Hang on. Need to, like, swing the camera back around. Do this. Yeah. Just so I can see the door. Alright, what's in here? Oh! Giant spider. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nope. I probably need something to get rid of that. Not sure what that is, just like... Okay. I think I do still lose a little bit of health for not dealing with that. Oh! I stepped on that thing again. Is the map the same every time? Oh, is this the friggin' fire area again with the pits? It is. Nope. Not going this way. I think this one was to that platforming section. I could try that again. Okay, here we go. Oh god. Oh, no, go back. Oh god. Oh, I got burned. Really? Only to get burned? That sucks. It's like I actually made it. come on. Sensitive. How are you supposed to get to that without getting fired like that? Do I have to wait on the other one? Maybe I have to wait. But I'm used to like having to go fast. Oh! Jump, you fool! Oh, and he leaves. It's like 3 tries and he leaves. I wonder if I can go back and try it again. Yeah, you're sad. So I'm wondering if I had to like stop at the 1 and wait for the fire to go away. But even then, I don't know if I need something to get to that, to deal with that thing. I could try again, maybe. Takes away a good amount, takes away a decent amount of health, though, as it looks like. I wonder if there's a way to replenish it. Now I'm actually kind of interested in how this actually all plays out. There's like a process. It's like, okay, it's like you're figuring out how this works, and then it's like, oh, okay. Oh, I can't wait on that one. Ah, damn it. Okay, never mind. I don't think I think I need something for that, maybe. Well, let's see where else I can go in the meantime. Not die to all those traps earlier. Yeah. You're angry. Ugh. Okay. I think there's another door this way. This way? Oh. God, this camera. I mean, this is kind of cool, but at the same time, it's like... No. Okay, there. I can just do that, I guess. Oh god. Wait, what's that on the ground? Is that something I can pick up? Okay. I found gold. I guess now I can go back to the store and buy something? Maybe I need a bucket of water or something to put out the fire? Is that what the game logic is here? Of course, now I gotta need to remember what place was this. It's a store. Damn it! The thing keeps I keep missing that. Blends too well into the frickin' I think it was the right. The right was the store. Oh god, come on. Urgh. Okay, little animation with gold. Okay, what can I do? That requires that much. So I can get a bucket. So maybe I need to use the bucket. Oh. Once again. Can't really skip these. I guess these are just little loading zones. forget what was the other way. Oh, yeah, it was like a spider. Big ass spider or something. Wait, no, that goes back down. God! That's gonna get me every single time, no matter what. Oh, there's gold. Oh, frick. How do I get past that? There's a bunch of gold over there. Hang on. Let's see if my bucket theory is correct. But yeah, it's like it uses the mouse for directions, but it's like you have to continuously go in a direction in the mouse to like keep it going. Okay, so how do I use the bucket? I even use the bucket? Ah, frick. It's so hard. It's so sensitive to like try and change directions and jump in this. You have no idea with the mouse. It's ridiculous. Oh, I was right. The bucket does work. Hey, I actually did it. And I get a bottle of champagne? Just drink some champagne. There's a weird charm to this game. I'm actually kind of liking it. Oh yeah, we do get our health back. Now would be a great time to be able to save. I think there is a save function in this game. Just need to find it or something. Oh, skeletons. Ow! Freaking spikes. No, 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 get over. Left for treasure. If I can go left. Left for treasure again. Wait, wait. No! Go! Oh my god! No! Oh my god, it's way too fickle to... Cheese! An apple. I guess this is health recovery. Ow! Okay. Oh god. Supposed to get... nope, nope, not dealing with those. Not dealing with those. I have gold. I can go back maybe and get, buy something. Oh, frick. Barely see those spike things. Ugh. I can't react fast enough. Okay, there's apples. Oh. Okay. Okay. At least they're giving me stuff to, like, you know... Not make me lose health all the time. This is kind of very labyrinthian though right now. Where the frick do I go? Oh, there's more gold. Oh, what was that back there? I wish I could control my goddamn character better than this. That's the only thing that's holding me back. Otherwise, I think this would be a cool game to play through, maybe. Oh, go the other freaking way. Can't see going this way though, that's the only problem. I think this kind of loops around anyway. It's like... Pizza better be worth it. Frick. I don't know if there's a way to get across those. So I'm just gonna avoid them if I can, because I haven't been able to figure out a way to get past those. Getting lots of gold though. Ow. Ton of gold here, actually. I should probably make my way back to the store and, like, buy all that stuff. Okay, no. I just need to figure out, you know, where to frick to go in this game. Okay, here's a room. Let's see what this is. Oh no. What's this? Ow. Where can I even jump to? Oh, there we go. Okay, there. It's a little fickle in the exact direction they want you to go. Nope, go back. I think I'm making progress. Although, oh, in my luck, I probably need like an item or something. Oh, I found a door. Okay. What the fr- What the- Oh god. This is a little confusing. I don't even know where I am. Come on. I think I went backwards. Ow. Ow. Oh god, this maze is, very mazy. The frick do I even go? What am I even doing? Is that the goal? No. What am I even doing? Oh, jeez. Oh. Okay, I found a diamond. I did it, I guess? Yeah, and I did it. I got my celebratory champagne. Get my health back. Huh. Is it weird that I actually am kind of into this game? Like, granted, it's pretty frustrating, especially trying to play it with this mouse, but the more I get into it, I'm like, huh, there's something here. I'm actually kind of digging some aspects of this. So I have a diamond and a bucket. What is this, Minecraft? Oop. Maybe I need to go back, actually. Maybe I should go back to that store and just buy... I think I can afford all the stuff in that store. Maybe if I backtrack back to the store, I think I can maybe buy some stuff. Unless I want to see what else is here. Just for the sake of exploring. Oops, as I fall into pits and stuff. Ow! Where does this lead? I got a key. Oh, and I got health recovery. Okay, so I found a key. A key? Is it bad that I actually maybe wanted to have that as like a sound clip or a soundboard thing where it's just like a key? Or like Shenmue. So I always say that every time I pick up like a key in a game anyway. But that's mostly from like SCR's old video where he plays that clip. It makes fun of him being like could be used to unlock something, and he just goes, no shit. Where he like repeats it like, oh god. No, get away from the frickin'. I'm already losing most of my health that I've recovered just getting the key. So I don't think I need to... So yeah, this means it's cleared. Oh! I can actually unlock this door. I made the right call. Getting that key. Okay, what's in here? Oh, what is this? Why am I having a sumo match? Oh god. Oh frick. Want another one of these stupid fights. Just need to kick him. There we go. Come on. Ah. Come on. I'm just gonna mash kick and hope for the best. Oh god. No, I'm just getting slapped. Oh, I got yeeted. Hmm. Like, you. Okay. Some of these animations are just kind of funny. I probably lost some health from that, though. I haven't found a save room or anything yet. I'm trying to find a save room or something in this. Just so I can, like, save my freaking progress, but it's like... Oh! Found a heart. Like a literal heart, too. Okay, maybe my best shot right now is just to backtrack to the store, because this is a very like trial and error type of game. But I don't know. It's one you can still kind of figure out. So I'm like, I kind of get an idea for how this sort of plays. Does this go back down? Didn't try this way. So I think this was like the last thing I went to. But I might as well see what's here. Okay, fire. It's good. Spikes that I can't never avoid. Also good. Hits that I... Oh, God. Nope, I can't get past those. At least not with the control method that I have. Oh, come on! Okay. I'm gonna try to make my way back. I just gotta remember how to get back there. Okay, here's a bunch of food. I can get my health back. I think that's a bat that flies by during that. So I notice it's very red on the VR when it's not as red on the TV. Wonder if my saturation's like... For some reason my saturation on the capture seems pretty high. Wasn't on my TV. Oh, okay, that's just the other end of that. Well, then again, according to the screenshot on the back, I guess he is supposed to be that red. God, I can't see this way. Oh, there's just pits there too. Okay, cool. Oh wait, you can go across. If you just... Okay. Guess you just have to go forward regardless. Wait, how do I get... Oh no. How do I get around now? Because I went down, because the camera was facing the other way. Oh, you can jump! You have to hold the button and then go forward. Oh, that's counterintuitive, but whatever. At least now I know I can jump during these sections. Which means there's probably a whole bunch of stuff I missed because it's like, oh, I can actually jump over this stuff. I have no idea where I'm going, though. Oh wait, there's the doors. Or that's the stairs, rather. I do know I need to go up. Okay, no. Screw that. No, no, go back down. This is also not bad. Maybe this is just a low bar, but I actually like when CDI games, you know, actually have music. Like, this is the most actual game, CDI game I played. So, which is a very low bar, but it's like, I'll take it. Just wish I had a controller. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I can actually go back and just buy all the stuff. I actually didn't get shocked for once. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, get your money. Actually, we're going shopping. Okay, so bug spray, which probably need for the spider clean. There's this and a scythe looking thing, and that's everything. The animations do kind of get a little repetitive. I know there's a few of them, but it's like... I wish you can skip these, but you can't. I guess it's just the loading zones. Okay, so maybe I can now go across... this room? So I think that's where the spider was, wasn't it? And like the bucket, I think items are used automatically. Just need to like... oh, I can stomp. Yeah. Yeah. Oh god, do I have to... oh, did I just eat one? I'm just eating them. Is there a point of me stomping all these? Oh, I got webbed. Yeah. I just don't know if I'm supposed to just keep stomping the spiders or what. I don't know. Nothing's like super explicitly explained. Damn it! That stupid shock thing every time. Almost. Well, now I know that I can jump across gaps. Maybe I can... oh, God! Even lining myself up is tricky. This... there. Well, I can get this stuff. There we go. I actually managed to jump across that very precariously, but I did. I just want to find a friggin' way to save the game and then kind of just move on to the Kether, but at the same time, it's like... kind of into this. Frick off. So overly sensitive. There we go. Fire. There. Now we go across this. And it's for key. I'll take the key at least. No, you bastard! It's so easy to frickin'. God. No! You overly sensitive piece of shit mouse. God. No! Oh god, I'm gonna die if I'm not careful. There. Okay. No. This might be it, actually. I'm gonna be mad if I was like, if I couldn't just find us. If I just did that one room wrong or something like that. I mean, this just leads back up. I can go, maybe deal with. I feel like I have to do that spider room, maybe. But at this point, I'm low on health. Unless there's a path I didn't go to. Damn it. I don't even know if I could jump across those. Now, is it gonna start me all over? I wonder if there's a different animation. Oh, there is! There's different game over animations. He's like, oh no, you can't see this, too violent. Even though we showed him getting impaled by an Iron Maiden before. So what's this? No, go to this. So I didn't make any saves. I couldn't even find a way to save. So that sucks. I think I gotta start all over. Oh well. We're gonna have to say goodbye to you, little devil, for now. This... Oh, we get credits. This actually was kind of like interesting. I actually liked how it kind of looks. And it's kind of like a weird dungeon crawler adventure kind of game with some sort of platforming stuff in there. And so my options are really, I don't want to play this version with the mouse. It's way too finicky. But I am intrigued enough to want to keep playing this. That's the thing. Maybe I'll just get it on Steam because it's super cheap on there. And if it plays well there, I could just do that. Or my other option is hunt down a CDI controller. And even then, I'm not sure entirely if it works. Oh yeah, it did the eject thing again. And even then, I'm not entirely sure if the CDI controller will work on my particular CDI because it's just a mouse input, but I assume if it's the same input as a controller, it should work theoretically. But I've very rarely seen CDI controllers even for like eBay listings. I last checked for one like some years ago, like a few years ago when I got this, and they were there was one like maybe one listing I saw and it was kind of pricey. So I don't know. I'll probably do either or, honestly, for maybe just getting the Steam version. Just play that. Maybe it could be an interesting little stream game, maybe, because I was actually digging this. I don't know how the rest of you felt, but because a lot of you kind of dropped off, but it could just be a time thing or whatever. I'm not gonna like guilt trip anybody to be like, oh, why didn't you leave my stream? That's like, whatever. I'm not gonna force you to stick around and watch. I'm still having fun. But anyway, that leaves us with the last game for tonight, and that's Kether. No voting, obviously, for this one, because it's the last one. This one I'm mildly curious about to see what it's like, but see how this goes. Be prepared for some 3D renders, 90s 3D renders of things, I guess. Oh god, it's loud again. Litil Divil was super quiet in comparison. Oh yeah, this was from Infogrames. Which at one point were the owners of Atari.
Pour découvrir l'univers de Kether, choisissez l'une de ces options.
Oh god,
To discover the universe of Kether, choose one of these options.
It's like we're watching a weird French film. But yeah, I guess this was natively French, so it's French by default. I guess we'll go with English. Also, this is still kind of really loud. Hopefully you can still hear me.
Pour découvrir
Okay, English.
Kether, choisissez l'une de ces options.
New game. Alright. Okay, we're Polygonal Man. Okay. Okay, gathered a lot from that. Sure. Greedy letters. Kether. Okay, the monolith is just zooming by. Going to Green Planet from Bucky O'Hare. Oh, there's a ship. That's not animated at all. We ran out of budget. Now we're just going through some quick slides of 3D renders.
Emergency. Broadcast of non-deciphered message. Vital functions activated.
Activate. Melkor ongoing. Melkor, humanoid. We're on Nebula. Laser 5 on a night. Missions. Success 90%. Currently heading towards Rigel Star. Duh! That's what we look like, apparently. Yeah, CDI wasn't really much of a technical power horse, in case you couldn't tell. You couldn't really do motion video that well. Unless you had the digital video thing. His outfit!
Broadcast of non-deciphered message. Automatic.
Nice budget stormtrooper armor.
Activated.
Here's Kether. Carbon dioxide 90%. High levels of radioactivity. Greenhouse affected. Constant acceleration position towards black hole. Life signs rare. Detect only on 6th continent. Raises the value to record all over planet surface beyond by ionic probes. 3,000 something of cycle.
Teleport to Dome of Visions. Emperor of Light will speak. Mission orders.
Easter Island heads, huh? Is that the correlation they're linking here with these? Because unlike Litil Divil, I don't think this is a digital video game.
I am the visual representation of your celestial father, Enoi, he who reigns over all galaxies. Long ago in the Orion Nebula,
I'm a bunch of floating heads. Ugh.
You must save the planet Kether from the forces of evil. Cork is holding a prisoner on the planet. She is Ita Kareen, Princess of Wisdom. We wish her to be saved. My light shines upon you, Melkor.
Okay.
Ionic teleport to combat stations activated. Sidrial vision activated.
It's like, what am I doing here? Oh, okay, just put on your dumb helmet. That face, though. That's a good emo face earlier.
Status.
I probably could get away just making that an emote. That particular face. The very, like, looking face, like worrisome face.
Temple of Hokmat.
And zoomed in very quickly. Yeah, I was gonna say, I meant digital video in the sense of, like, the digital video card game, not just digital video game. The digital video game sounds very,
Temple of Malchut. Temple of Hod. Temple of Malchut.
Oh, I'm selecting.
Temple of Hokmat. Temple of
Oh god.
Choose your next destination.
I'm trying, but the mouse is very sensitive.
Temple of Geburah. Temple of Hokmat. Temple of Malchut.
No, go back.
Temple of Hokmat.
Okay, go. Sheesh. Oh god. Okay. There's our ship.
You are entering Hokmat space-time.
Oh god. Oh, this is way overly sensitive with the mouse. Through the donut. Oh, it's inverted because flight controls. Ow. 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 Click the green. Nope, green. Okay, right click is just pause. Oh god. Ow. Jeez, what is this? Star Fox Adventures? We have to like fly through an asteroid field just to get to the planet? Oh, okay, green is shield restore. That's good. That's some sick synth music going. It just sounds like that song. Doo doo. Ow. This is giving me a little bit of flashbacks to like Microcosm or like. God damn it. Or like this one Sega CD game I have. It's like where he uses like kind of like the 3D polygonal stuff. Oh come on. Oh, yeah, hit that last rocket with a good measure.
Emperor of Light will speak.
There is no chance, no random luck. You forge your destiny with each of your actions. Never admit defeat. You are what you do. Look at the star.
I was gonna say, you are what you eat. Okay. Is it still going? Oh god. Damn it. Okay, there's another thing. Nope. How did I miss that one? Stupidly oversensitive mouse! Oh no, the villain's laughing at us. That we didn't even get to meet. Into the black hole? That's supposed to be a black hole? I'm still playing. Like the star? Or am I supposed to avoid the stars? Did I go into a star? What just happened?
Exact space-time.
Okay, I just warped to another level, I guess? Oh, suddenly it's checkerboarded. Is this what this is? Oh god, ow. Hang on. Hang on. Might regret this, but I'm gonna try using the remote. It'll friggin' work. The remote has a delay, but it's somewhat more controllable. The problem is that the remote has a delay. And the signal keeps getting interrupted too. Yeah, that worked as well as expected. Oh good, another I need a controller to play this better game, because it wasn't made for the mouse and mine. Cool. Could you imagine if you had a CDI and this was like one of the only games you had for it? It's just like, what is this nonsense? Just spending hours in vain because it's the only thing you really have to play, and you're just like, oh, okay. But then eventually you kind of figure it out. Okay, I went back to the blue star, so I'm guessing I'm going back to that one level.
Entering Hawkman space-time.
Oh, I'm back here. So wait, what determined me going to the other level then? Okay. Just gotta be very... like, precise with my mouse movements. God, even the mouse is sort of delayed. At least we get to hear this again. Oh my god, this was not made for the mouse. It was not. No matter what, every little movement just veers off wildly. It's ridiculous. Come on, how did I not get that? Get the green. Okay, there we go. Frick off. Oh god.
Emperor of Light will speak.
There is no chance, no random luck. You forge your destiny with each of your actions. Never admit defeat. You are what you do.
Oh, are those little, like, blue things?
Can save you.
Those little bulbs on the left of my panel on the ship, are those like my lives or something? God. How am I supposed to... This is, this might be the thing that keeps... Yeah, those are my lives. I gave you like 5 lives. For 5 chances to get back to where you were. Oh, you can't skip that. I was gonna say, we already seen that. Evil Brack is out for you. Jeez. If only this was a Space Ghost coast-to-coast game. At least I'm back to where I was. Ugh. Oh my god! Wait, hang on. I think I finally passed this part. Oh god, there's more. Oh, get the green. I need the green goo energy. Or whatever it is. Oh my god, I lose it as soon as I freaking get it, practically. Oh, go down, stupid mouse! Yeah. God, how long does this go on for? Okay. At least getting your health back is somewhat easy during this one. Ow. Did I make it? I made it to the temple. Oh, jeez. Is this gonna be Star Fox now? What is this? Is this a matching puzzle game now? Oh, of all the things you could think of. Time limit too. Wait, that wasn't it? Okay, it's that one. I did it, I matched the things. Okay, now what? Oh god, now it's... What? Oh no. Oh god. What is this? It's like another first-person dungeon crawling thing. The hell's this? What? No, let me... This is so abstract. It's like... I don't expect people to figure this out. This does feel like a game that was made by aliens at times.
In the 5 chambers of the temple, the only place where you will find shelter from Cork, the masters of the past, increase your energy and activate Pulsar. In Chamber 6, the Pulsar of Cosmic Memory will set free Ita Karin's message.
Okay. What does that mean? I don't have the brain power right now to try and figure this out. I just don't. Oh god, this freaking control scheme. Okay. I got eated by a weird thing. I didn't want to click on this thing again. Like, the mouse only works for, like, these type of menus, but everything else, it's like... Okay, cool. Do I just... Can I run past you, at least? Can I... Oh god, that control's even worse than Litil Divil, because it's like, every little direction you make, it turns you, or whatever, it moves you forward with the mouse. Doesn't work.
Poor human, you really did think you could succeed? You underestimate my power.
Foolish being trying to play this with a mouse. It's not designed for the mouse. Why don't you have a controller? This is an actual CDI game. After all, use a game controller. Skill issue. Okay, bye. I guess I'm going in the void. Okay. I guess that's game over. If you die in the temple, you just game over, or whatever.
Temple of Hoknut. Temple of Nalkhut.
I'm going to the other temple. Let's check out the other levels at least. See if I can get to them. Only with a mouse is not gonna be fun though. My other option isn't any better either, so
Nalkhut space-time.
oh, there's another ow. And of course I can't shoot because why would you? It's all video. You have no impact on this. It's just other than hitting the things occasionally. You're not getting hit by everything. God. Ugh. I can't with the mouse. I just can't. Yeah. Brack, whatever. Got to the pink star, though. Right off the bat.
You are entering Geborah space-time.
Okay, different planet or level. Oh, okay. Oh. I don't know, like the early 3D aesthetic is kind of cool, but man, but this controls so bad. Your eyes. Yeah. There, I actually got the health recovery. Oh my god. Please, I just want... It is so damn loose. It's like the littlest movement veers the ship off in just whatever direction it wants to. It's ridiculous. Like, see, I'm not even trying to do that. I'm just trying to, like... God. What do you want?
Look at the star which can save you. You must be master of yourself in all situations. Never doubt your ability to succeed. With each step you take towards the light, new strength is given to you.
Also, use a controller instead of a mouse. Buy one now at Philips.com. Oh god. Okay, I'm actually doing a half decent job avoiding stuff here. Ow. What? Sometimes I swear you can't even get the green things. They just veer off and it's just like... Like that! How did I not get that? Oh, frick off. Okay, got that at least. And proceed to hit every single thing on the way there! Ugh! Okay, I got to the temple. Do I have to do another matching minigame or something? Okay, you have to basically... do I have to play Trivial Pursuit? What is this? Oh, it's a frickin' Simon minigame? Come on! Slowest game of Simon ever. This is how Santa gets to his golden crystal palace. Okay, I did it. I played Simon. Surprised the toy company didn't sue this game. Oh god. Go in there, I guess. I think this heals me. These rooms.
Neutralizing eons, the archangels of Gebora are the lords of time and force. They increase your energy and activate a part of the pulsar in the 5 chambers of the temple. In Chamber 6, the pulsar of cosmic memory will set free Ita Karin's message.
Do I have to like defeat those things? Is that what it's telling me? I don't even know what to do. Can I click on them? Oh my god, it's so sensitive. Oh god, I can shoot! I can actually shoot these stupid things. God, no, turn! No, turn? Oh my god, no! Why is it stupidly sensitive? No, shoot! There. I guess we get to see combat. Oh, there's someone coming. No! Frick off! I'm gonna lose all my lives just trying to shoot these guys. Do these guys just keep coming? Oh god, I'm like stuck. I think I'm down to my last life. Oh my god, go fuck! Oh god, this is impossible with the mouse. You can't turn and move forward with this stupid mouse. You can't. Surprised I even got as far as I did with the friggin' mouse.
Poor human, you really did think you could succeed?
Maybe if I had a controller. I'm gonna try the remote control. Probably not gonna work very well, but
Temple of Hokmat, Temple of Gebora, Temple of Netzach.
let's go to Temple of Nutsack. Why not? Okay, skip, thank you. Oh, it's this one. Okay, I can control it a little bit better here, but it's not by much. Oh god. Okay, actually, I think the remote's the way to go, even if it's like stupidly delayed. Oh god. Oh god, it doesn't really help that much. Oh, I have like no health.
Emperor of Light will speak.
Look at the star which can save you. Do not seek the help of others. Find within yourself the strength you need. Trust your intuition and imitate no one.
Real big help there, Emperor of Light or whatever you're supposed to be. Uh-oh. Oh god. I guess I'll go back here. I had decent luck in this one. Well, that'll just mean be back to that other place. It's such a weird continuous system if you lose a life while during those segments.
You are entering Geberon space-time.
Giggle Rock or whatever this one's called. The weird pink planet. How did I... I just want to take another shot at the dungeon, like the temple areas with the remote, because I feel like I can maybe control myself better in there with this, but I don't know. Like, yeah, cool gameplay. You have this nonsense. And then you just play a simplistic mini game.
Look at the star which can save you. You must be master of yourself in all situations. Never doubt your ability to succeed. With each step you take towards the light, new strength is given to you.
If you say so. Even hit me there. Ah. Oh. Oh, don't fly into that. Oh, come on. Like, I keep missing those. It's so annoying. At least I can get... I know some are guaranteed I can get. At least... to aim for 'em. Is it gonna make me play that minigame again, though? Oh, it is? Frick off. Very simple pattern so far. Wait, what? Do I have to reset? What's going on here? It's hard to do this with the controller. There we go, sheesh. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely meant for the remote. These sections, not the mouse. Well, that just goes around in a circle. Hi. It's like the spirits from... It's like the sage spirits from, like, Twilight Princess. I got a thing. This audio's so blown out. Okay. I got the thing I needed from that one? Cool. Oh my god, they keep freaking getting... There's another thing. Oh, what is this? It's a bunch of clocks. I got pseudo-wudo kind of figurine looking thing. It looks like a guy with like a leg and like an arm. The pose reminds me of pseudo-wudo from Pokemon, I guess. I don't know. I guess these are the things I was supposed to collect. There's like 5 in each of these or something. The clock things. I don't get it. This is a weird one. Not really in a good way. I'm supposed to go through like 5 of these? That'd be a secret wall or something. I guess not. At least I'm making progress with this. Doing it with the remote. Okay, yeah, here we go. We have 2 of the things there. But we still need to find like 3 more. Oh god, and the fact you have to do like 5 freaking things, like 5 of those flying levels and that, and whatever is the final. Yeah, I'm not Yeah, this is a very abstract game to say the least. But they definitely put a lot of effort into the visuals and not much else otherwise. Hi. Just give me the weird abstract object. Look at the 3D-ness. Look at it! We spent all day rendering this room. Please look at it. Okay, I guess I gotta go that way. Oh God. I can't go back? Can't go backwards? Sheesh. I got a weird antenna thing. A weird appendage. I think I only need find one more thing in this place. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Don't I already have this? Or is this going to show me what I need to find still? Is it going to do it again? I already got that. Thanks. You know, I could have been playing Black Mesa instead of these games. I certainly made a wise decision by streaming. God. I can't even go through those. They're just different ways to get to them. Ugh. Okay, this has to be the last one somewhere over here, I would think. Oh, there it is. I got the three, or the little sideways drawn seagull. Okay, now what? I think I found all 5. Where do I go? What do I do now? I don't understand this game. No, I don't want this room. I wanted to go back to that one room with the things. Yes, I got that. The weird, like, that. That was like the first one I found. There's so many these stupid monsters everywhere. Oh my god. Oh god, they're just everywhere. Oh god, I'm surrounded. Frick off! Ah, damn it. I lost all my lives because these dummies, and I couldn't figure out where to go from there, after I got all the things. Because the game only vaguely tells you what you're supposed to do. Something about a 6 chamber or something I was supposed to go to, maybe?
Poor human, you really did think you could succeed.
Yourself. Maybe like Quark. Good villain name. It's like almost like Quark from Deep Space Nine. This is year 3795 of the 5th cycle. Oh god, I play. How do you even restore from the last game? Like, is there even a save function? I'm just gonna exit. It's been like, it's been the 4-hour mark. I'm done. This is
Temple of Hocknut.
No, Temple of, more like get the hell out of here. More like Temple of the Hockalugi. It's one of the games in CD. It sure is. Nice stock photo of a sun there. Sunset. I mean, all these French guys, I'm sure They liked doing the weird 3D stuff and the abstract sci-fi things, but it's just, yeah. But they're like, well, what do we do when we get to the temples? Simon says in matching games. That'll be fun. That'll show off the true capabilities of the CDI. Yeah, apologies to all French people for that bad accent impersonation. Also, funny thing about this manual, I just realized. In here, there's a receipt, just a random receipt back in 2017 of like someone buying like a Nintendo Switch with Super Mario Odyssey and Legend and Zelda Breath of the Wild. I don't know why this receipt is in this manual, but it just is. It's not even from the same game store. It's like from another game store place that's in the same town, but I don't know. Maybe the person was like, well, I have a Switch. I don't need these old CDI games anymore. That's just, maybe, I don't know. Oh, okay, well, that could have gone a little better in some aspects of the stream, but I still had kind of fun going through these. I can see why they were cheap, especially when one of them didn't even have a game in it. That was the cheapest one. That was sealed. But yeah, see, Jeopardy, yeah, it would be nice if it had the freaking game. Even though it was sealed. Thanks, Game Store. That's out of town. I can't easily go back and tell them, hey, there's no game in this. Maybe next time I'm around there, I'll be like, hey, this game I bought from you didn't have this. But maybe I can just hunt down a disc. I don't know. Either way, we did throw on Name That Tune for our game show backup. And it's just nothing but boomer music. MIDIs of boomer music. Titanic, an interactive exploration. This one was actually kind of alright in the sense of like, if you're interested in the history of the Titanic, this is actually not a bad, like, it kind of reminds me of like those like a little bit like those like interactive encyclopedia like learning CDs on like PC and stuff. So it's like that crossed with like a Titanic documentary if it was narrated by Patrick Stewart, which honestly, Patrick Stewart, best thing about this goes without saying. But not really an actual game, but I got it anyway because it's like, why not? And Patrick Stewart. Litil Divil. I was actually kind of getting into this one. Like, this was the most actual game here. Probably the most actual game I play on the CDI, because most of the other games I played on CDI were either just simple, like board games or weird, like just simple concepts, like weird but simple concepts, like sci-fi, like weird alien tic-tac-toe and like a shooting gallery in a weird macabre carnival with Dr. Dearth and like stuff like Connect 4 and Battleship, just board game, just CDI versions of board games. But in terms of like an actual game, this is cool. I liked the animation and the graphic style of Litil Divil, and I just need a controller for this game, or just get it on Steam, because otherwise the overly sensitive mouse and the unresponsive remote just doesn't work for this game. It was meant to be for the controller, like the system, like the CDI systems with the actual controllers and such, which I don't have. Maybe if I get a controller, it might work on mine. I don't know, but Steam version's a thing you can get nowadays for it. If you're actually interested in that game, I'd say maybe just check it out on there. That way you don't have to hunt down a copy like I do. And it was apparently on other things too. So this might actually have a bit of like maybe a bit of a cult following, because it's actually kind of a decent quality game, even if it's a little trial and error-ish, but not too punishing, barring the bad controls if you try to play with the mouse. Like me. And Kether, there was an attempt at a game here, but like the weird 3D visuals kind of have a charm to them, but it doesn't make up for the actual gameplay, where it's just trying not to get hit by shit on the way to the temples, and then you're in then you have to do a mini game an uncreative mini game of just match or Simon Says or whatever else the other ones are. They're probably just other like simplistic, basic things that they do are just like, oh, what do we do here? I just do this. And then the weird like first-person dungeon crawling where you have to like hunt down each 5 things, and then I don't know what else you're supposed to do after that. It wasn't very clear. Weird, but doesn't play well. So I guess if I'm going, I don't know actually, if I'm going with the best of the worst style of like what was my favorite, not Kether, even though there are some things that are kind of interesting about the one a little bit. And Titanic was actually not bad, but it's more of like an interactive, like interactive educational thing about the Titanic. But it does get bonus points for Patrick Stewart. So I guess my pick is Litil Divil. And Jeopardy is void because I didn't get the actual freaking game with it, even when it was sealed with the CD. Who does that? Who freaking reseals a game and then with no CD in it? I don't know if that's just the game store's fault, if they did that by mistake. I'm hoping it was a mistake, an honest mistake. But yeah, who knows? But yeah, Litil Divil, and I think this is the actual game where I actually made use of the digital video card, which my CDI has, and actually made good use of it, so that's a good example of one. But yeah. But anyway, that'll be it for CDI for now. I don't know if I'll ever get back to finding more CDI stuff and doing another one of these. These are kind of fun, but at the same time, it's like, oh, CDI is definitely a thing I can see why not many people do it outside of, the Hotel, Mario, and the Zeldas and all that. Because other than that, it's like the library is very kind of limited, to say the least. But anyway, I believe One Roll is streaming, so maybe we can give him a raid. Yeah, he's doing Yakuza Like a Dragon. So if you like the Yakuza games, you can go check him out. So let's give him a little bit of a raid to end the night. And yeah, this is like the... Yeah, this is like the Yakuza, like, RPG. It plays like an RPG kind of thing. Although this looks more like a cutscene right now, but yeah. Anyway, let's rate him anyway. Okay, and while we do that, I'll just quickly say, next stream will definitely be Black Mesa. Maybe we'll finish that in the next stream. I don't know how much more of that game there is, but I don't think there's too much more. So I think you do go, if I remember Half-Life 1, you kind of go into Zen shortly after you discover, oh, they actually knew about Zen. They actually knew about these creatures and stuff. They've been studying them the whole time. Spoilers for Half-Life. But yeah, or maybe there's a bit more to it than that, and then you get the Zen. I don't know. I imagine only maybe two more streams maybe about 2 more streams of Black Mesa, I would imagine, at the most. But anyway, if you want to stay up to date with this, whatever I do, whether it be this or actually something like that resembles a modern game like Black Mesa. You can follow me here on Twitch. There's also YouTube and Twitter for notifications, whatever you need, really, if you want to be known of when I do this stuff. Otherwise, I still appreciate it if you're just here just to watch and just hang out and just have fun while I play dumb crap like this that I find, and it's just like, oh, well, that was an experience, even if one of them I didn't have, and I don't know. I think it was still fun to do. You know, barring the bad beginning. But anyway, stream's gonna go now. We're gonna read one roll, say hi to him, and I will see you all next time. So take care, stay safe, and have a good night. See you all later.